And good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. So glad that you guys are here. Thank you so much for joining me. Andrew was in the house here, just making everybody else look bad, including the host, yours truly, Dennis Herrera. Man, he was here. He was ready before I was even ready. Oh, man. I like those kind of patriots. I like those kind of people. Keep me in line. Keep me working. Don Mitch, I got this message from PayPal, and I'm like, who is Don? Okay. And then I come into the chat. I saw your name. I was like, okay, it's got to be him. It's got to be him. I try not to say the names of the people unless you guys are comfortable with that. But thank you, Don. I appreciate you. You know what, Don? I can't wait for Saturday for why because in Washington, oh my brother, oh my gosh, I cannot believe how many people are just so brainwashed. Like, and it's not like a brainwashed on like on a certain good movement, or it's just the mentality of the people. It's unbelievable. You have these people who they look normal, like you don't think there's anything wrong with them. But then when they open their mouth and the way that that they dress and they carry themselves, it's like, what the hell happened? I didn't think that you would think this way. But man, a lot of people do. Not everything is what it seems. So I understand that. Omar, how are you? My recent Christian. Hope you're out there fighting. Hey, Omar. I don't know how far you are from Trinity. Just because you are in the same state doesn't mean that you guys are close to each other. I'm sure she lives really far from you. But would you be willing to do a wellness check for us? If I was closer, I would take an 8-hour drive to go and see if our sister Trinity is doing okay. I really would. She is worth it. I hope everything is okay with her. I'm really worried about her. But let's see who else we got in here. Jason Beatrice, welcome. What's up, brother? What's up? Bernie 47, welcome, welcome. Michael also says, I try not to watch the news a lot. Too many negative waves. It's okay. It's okay to to watch the leftist media. Sometimes they do say some truths out there, and as much as I want like positivity and all this stuff, mind aligned thinking. I think sometimes we do need to allow some of that negativity because maybe they'll question some things that maybe we wouldn't question. Now, just so you know, we're going to go ahead and we're going to watch the maternal healthcare event. I missed it this morning. It just finished the live on the White House. But we're going to listen to it and let's see what that's all about. It sounds better than what's that abortion clinic? Anybody know? What's the name of that? I forget. Somebody put it in the chat. What is the name of the abortion clinic? There's a reason why I say it that way. Alex, how are you? Good to see you. Some Sean Hannity now and then. Yeah. You know what's crazy? I feel bad because by the time Sean Hannity actually gives his news out, by the time Sean Hannity gives his news out, I already talked about it. Just it is what it is. It is what it is. You see that? Alex automatically knew that it was Planned Parenthood. Now, why is it that I said the abortion clinic? Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood sounds like a place where they will give you options to say, are you thinking about having a family? Are you married? It sounds like a place where they will give you some counseling to be the best parents in the world. Instead, it's not really Planned Parenthood. It's an abortion clinic, and that's very sad. Now, Didn't get a notification on my phone that I'm live. Uh, that's actually interesting. Not sure why I'm not getting notifications. I know that a lot of people are not getting notifications. But do me a favor, if you are in here, why don't you smash that like button? Will you double tap that screen on your phone if that's what you're watching on? Let me see. Man, I got some good stuff for you guys today, man. I got some good stuff for you guys today. Don't forget, if this is the first time that you come into my channel, don't forget to subscribe. Would appreciate it. Before we start a live, let me see how I can organize this. There's a lot going on, and I want to touch up on everything a little bit at a time. But I want to touch up on everything. There is just so much information happening, and I wish that news outlets will also do the same. Yeah, planned murdering, planned murder. Yeah, that's what that name of the plate is. Planned murdering children. It's so sad. Listen, I used to be like, I'm okay, with certain situations, but now it's like you gotta go completely no, because otherwise they'll continue to exist on there, and I just can't. Trinity convinced me to just be 100% pro-life, so there is no excuse, I guess. It will have to be a life and death situation for the parent, and as we know, the parent most likely will choose the baby's life over theirs. I always choose the parent's life when it comes to that part, because there's other kids, especially there's other kids ahead, right? We need our mothers to be with us. I think that's very important. Let's see who we got. The next hurricane. Oh man, let's see. Make sure you set it to all notifications. So what I heard, Alex, was that if if people if people have a lot of subscriptions and they get a lot of notifications, and because they have so many subscriptions, they ignore a lot of those notifications. I believe the system just stops sending notifications to them, and when it does, it sort of does it like in a cycle. The algorithm does it like in a cycle way. So that might be a reason. Now, obviously, I always accept my notification, so I don't know how that theory plans out. If you notice, I am matching today. Everybody likes the Gulf of America hat. And this is just for trolling people. Now, today I'm not drinking out the Dennis Herrera Show cup or President Trump's. I'm actually drinking from this beautiful cup from Boeing. It was a gift to me, and all I said was, man, I love that cup. And it was gifted. So it was nice. It was nice. It's from my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law. They love me that much. Ah, man. Hey, Ryan, man, you're not joking, bro. Those gas prices, yeah, they're hurting, man. But we still believe that is for the right reasons. I went and paid. I almost got a full tank. I put $100 on my gas tank this morning, and it almost got full. I still have a little bit left to not fill up, and it was $5.49, and this was a Safeway gas station. Hey, Cutting Edge, good morning, brother. I see you. He says you have to study or hear your enemy to know your enemy. They use Marxist language to convincing you, and you have to know that to combat them. Cutting Edge, that is one of the reasons why I always call them Marxist, communist, socialist, because people don't understand what that is. But one of the tactics for communism and the Marxism, it's to repeat lies over and over and over until people actually start believing those lies, and that's what the leftist, social, and the legacy media do. They repeat these lies over and over and over to the point where the people just believe it. And yes, I told Brian, what's up? I told Brian this morning that one of the reasons why that happens is because people are just getting farther and farther away from God. If you don't believe in God, that's fine. But you know what? There's a lot of Christians out there that are starting to believe less and less and less. And the farther we get from God, we know in history, the farther a civilization is from believing in God and trusting in God, the more violent they become, the more liars, the more sexual perversions come out, the more criminal activities come out. And you know that we have been attacked with criminality all of our human history, so to speak. But the farther a nation gets from God, it's just the worse the world gets. It really does happen that way. Aztec, you are a morning clown. Don't hate. Don't hate. You should know by now. And remember this, guys. When you type something on there, I'm going to take that as just like a joking comment. But when you read it, on this side of the screen, it can be very like annoying, maybe a little bit offensive, and as if like, why are you here, so to speak. So I'm going to let those slide, no problem. Victor Rivera is having a big laugh this morning. Mr. Towler, how are you? Good to see you, Mr. Towler. Cheeseburger says, who in the Honduran hell are you? I appreciate that. I like it when people get creative with some questions. Let's see. Dominic says, Lucky Nick Shirley and his little crew got out of Cuba last week. Don, so I watched the actual 30-minute video that he put out there, and I watched them when he was on the podcast with PBD, with Patrick. And, listen, I'm not that easy to convince. Now, stay with me on this. Okay, so he has a Cuban American with him. Okay, he's got a bodyguard in there and everything, and they are in Cuba. Which, let's be honest, I believe that the government probably is watching, making sure that they don't go out and report too many bad things about the Cuban island. But I think at some point it's kind of tricky, because part of me says, bro, they can just arrest you and just kill you, right? But if they did that, they know that somebody's watching. They know somebody knows that this popular journalist or YouTuber, it's down there, and if something happens to him, they will be held responsible for it, because he's an American. And I felt sometimes like, when I was listening to his bodyguard, that he was being a little bit too, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? He was too, not lying, not hypocritical. Like when somebody's like too scared for some reason. What do you call that? There's a name for it. It's escaping my brain. Like nervous or something like that. Okay, but no, there's a word for it. Like it's not like he was panicking, but it felt like his panic was fake. Over dramatic, yes, I think that would be the closest. He was being over dramatic about the situation, and Nick Shirley, he doesn't know the culture. He doesn't really know the people there, and paranoid. Thank you, Josh. That's the word, paranoid. That is the word. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your participation, guys. Happy Mac, how are you? Good to see you in here. But here's what I'm saying. He was talking to one of the Cuban guys, now, which, by the way, they blurred out his face, but he has his name tag on him. I don't think that's going to go well with the Cuban communist government. Two-star general is out there. Can you believe this? A two-star general. This is how pathetic the Cuban military is. A two-star general has to go out there and do the job that a private can go do. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It is crazy. But you know what? I was listening to the guy, and the guy was talking all this BS, you know, and and he was saying, now the guy at first, and I'm talking about the Cuban, okay? At first he was saying, this ain't communism. This is not communism. Communism is supposed to help the people. And I'm just like, okay, see, that's your problem right there. That you think communism is supposed to help the people. No, communism is supposed to help the government. That's all it helps. It doesn't help the people. See, communism had used a little tactic called socialism to brainwash people or to convince people that to participate and to be or and to get with the program. But it really turns into communism. You can't stop socialism from becoming communism once you see it on a big scale and there's a lot of power military use with it. As I gave examples before, it sort of work in small villages and small little countries or islands. But when it comes to a country with military and things like that, it just doesn't. Power corrupts. Greed always corrupts, and people will always follow for that. But anyway, so I can tell a bullshitter when I hear one, and I think that the guy that he was talking to was bullshitting half of the things that he was saying, and then the other half are probably legit. The legit part is people cannot speak freely. They do not have a freedom of speech in Cuba. So that part is true. But for these people that says, "Oh, I'm afraid of that," no, they're not, because they are on the street yelling it out, and it's not just to Nick. They yell it out to everybody. I see bloggers all the time, where people are always speaking their minds out. I see people getting interviews, from Cuba. Oh, we can't go out there because they said that if we go back out there and say this, they're going to put us in jail. So that kind of stuff is true. That the freedom of speech is true. It is very unfortunate that these people were able to scare them off the island. And I think that, while it was great that you have, two bodyguards with you, to be able to go to Cuba, you got to be able to hire, okay, local police. I know it's a communist country, and that's how it is. But if I go to Honduras, and if I am not afraid, but I don't trust the areas where I'm going, and I want to go and document, what's going on in there instead of just visiting, I will hire a couple of military police, okay? And the military police, they got their M16s with them. They got their rifles, and they guard you. Nobody messes with you when you do that. So if something like this was to happen in Cuba, I think that Nick Shirley has to do something like that. I don't see any police on any of the videos from Cuba, so who knows? Maybe everything is just military and everything just belongs to the Communist Party. It is what it is. By the way, Communist parties do not have a democracy, just in case if you were wondering. And interestingly enough, the Socialist Democrats, that is the mentality that they have. Remember that in order for them to try to secure, listen to this, in order for them to try to secure the election, they try to put President Donald Trump in jail, like completely in jail. They made up these 34 felony counts. It's such a bullshit count. But you know what? Whatever. They still got the title on him. They still got the title of felon, but none of the charges actually stuck. And if you still think that he's a felon, go find out. If he's a felon, go find out how many years he did in jail. None. Okay? So he didn't get punished. He didn't get, charged guilty of anything, but he still got to keep the felon title. Okay? He did go to jail for, and then got released, but nonetheless, he still went to jail. Anywho, I don't care about that stuff, but I do care that the Democrat Socialists today are actually always doing that. They are always trying to not destroy their opponents with debates, but they're trying to go and just bury them so that they can't take power because, well, they're communist. That's just the way it is. They're communists. Now, another thing that they do, right? They let illegal immigrants vote. We have illegal immigrants in city councils. How does that happen? How does that work? You know what gets to me is when I see illegal immigrants like literally saying, we are illegal, we're undocumented, and they are demanding here in Washington, they are demanding the government to remove surveillance cameras on the streets. Yes, the same surveillance cameras that catch people beating up innocent people. It is ridiculous. It's like these leftist socialist Democrats either have no brains, they have like no mental stability. I don't even know what to call it. I don't know what to call it. It's just like the Antifa people. You have like a 70, 80-year-old woman out there by herself with a Trump flag. And you have all these fat, lazy cowards in black masks covering their face completely, acting like they're some sort of militia. And they go out there and harass and cause harm to an elder woman. That's the kind of people that we have. Now, this happened, the specific example that I'm giving you, this happened at Oregon, at the ICE facility in Oregon. But this is the kind of cowards that we have. They're not there mentally. They're not there. And those are the people that we're putting in power. It blows my mind today when I see a group of elders or anybody, protesting pro-Democrats. It just blows my mind. And I wonder, like, why? Why are they still voting for this garbage in our city and our states? They lied to the people. I gave you guys that example. They lied to the senior citizens about losing their Social Security. Bye, Zoo Boy. You don't come over here to have a conversation. You come over here just to fart on the chat. We don't need that. They were lying to the senior citizens, telling them that Trump, on his big, beautiful bill, said that he was going to remove their Social Security. You don't believe me? Trust me. That's what they told them, because I had a conversation with them. And I said, ma'am, that is not true. She's like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, that's not true. It is not true. What the big, beautiful bill says is that you're not going to pay taxes. You're going to be able to deduct those taxes that they've been taken away from your Social Security. And you're going to be able to go ahead and deduct up to $6,000 just for yourself. $12,000 if you're with your husband. and they were just like, oh my God, but that's not what they told us. I will say, on Saturday, I met a couple of elder people taking some photos over there by the Everett Marina, and they're conservatives. So that was some good news. We got some people that can actually vote for Republicans. Hopefully, we get a good candidates. Hopefully, we win something. I so disappointed so far. We do have some good representatives running for office, and I hope that they get elected. Right now, I'm just voting Republican. I am doing the foolish thing to do, and I'm voting Republican. So anybody that runs out for Congress, Senate, you're Republican, you got my vote. If you're conservative, you got my vote. It's that simple. And I hope that we can be popular enough so that in 2 years from now, when we do get a chance to run for office, that we get those votes. And Don, you weren't here when I said this before, but hey, Scott, how are you? Good to see you there. You weren't there when I told the people here that I contacted the Republican committee and the Democrat committee. And both of these people, and they can get mad at me all they want. But I'm going to tell you something. I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed because they are just sharks. They are just politicians, man. Campaigners. These people that run for campaigns for politics and all this other stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know if they just have bad people on the phone with no skills for, customer service, maybe some empathy or sympathy or whatever the hell you want to call it. But, when I pour out my heart and all the things that I want to do for Washington, and for the people, and it's just like, I don't care about money. I care about the people. Both parties told me the same thing. Honey, you can have the best heart. You can have the best intentions for the people, but over here, money is what talks. So disappointed. Both parties. The same mentality. Money I get it. I get it. You need money to campaign. I get it. But the fact that you completely dismiss that what's most important for a candidate to run is to make sure that that candidate really loves the people. Not just, I'm going to help my friend's business. Oh, I'm rich. I got friends that are millionaires that have big corporations. I'm going to help them. No, that's not how it works. Not in my book. When you run for office, your main priority, one of the best things, the best skills, the best tool that you can have under your belt, it's love the people. Everything else follows. It's just like what God says, seek his kingdom. And everything else follows. God is love. I just don't understand this career politicians. They just got money, and then they wonder. The people always wonder, why the hell didn't this representative work out? Because their heart is not for the people. And I know a lot of reps that have their heart for the people. Jim Walsh is one of them. He has their heart for the people. There's a couple other people out there that have their heart for the people. Others I don't know that are running. But I can tell you that when I talk to politicians and I tell them what their priorities should be, one of the things that should be in their hearts, and that is to love the people, they always stay quiet for a very long time. Very interesting. We know that we have to take care of issues that are affecting everybody. I get that. But one of the qualities that I think that I possess, it's I love the people. I seriously, I can go into a poor man's house and just see if they're working hard to try to make ends meet. I want to do everything possible that I can to help that person. And if I go and I see rich people that have big houses, that even though they're still rich, but they are, either in a hard situation, I want them to come out of that situation. I want them to stay rich. I want them to stay there. And if I go into a rich house, a rich person's house, and they're just doing great, I wish them the best. I want more prosperity for them. You see, there's no jealousy or envy in my heart. I don't have to blame the rich. I don't have to blame somebody else for the situation or the conditions in my personal living. You got to have a heart. You got to have a heart. What do we want to do? We want to work for the vets. We want to work for the farmers. We want to take care of this immigration problem that we have here. We want to make some deregulations. We want to go ahead and cut taxes. We are going to cut a lot of freaking NGOs. And I'm going to tell you something. As an entrepreneur that I have been, as a public speaker that I have been, as a person that has been fighting for small businesses, I'm going to tell you something. No company, I don't care how much money they donate or want to donate or offer or try to bribe, no money is big enough for me to say, okay, you know what, let's do what you say. Nope. You're either going to support me by who I am and what I do, or don't. And that's fine with me. But my job, my priority is to make sure that everybody gets treated equally. I want people to come out of poverty. I want our poor people to live like a middle class person. That's what I want. I'm going to tell you something. I know the situation seems very too late, so to speak. But I believe that we can rebuild. I get 4 years to get started. Maybe I get 8. Who knows? Maybe I get 3 terms. Who knows? But you know what? Once you start tackling where the problem is, right? Then you can go ahead and start fixing the situation. Like for example, this government right now, okay? They're wondering why they have problems. But they do 2 things. Imagine you're inside a boat. And the boat's got a hole. Okay? It fills up with water. They patch the hole, but the boat is still full of water, meaning that it can capsize at any moment. The second thing that they do is that they don't have a water pump to get the water off the boat. They just don't have the mentality to put a little water pump. Okay, you patch the hole, it's temporary, get the water out, make it safe, and then start making that boat even better. Bring it down, bring it to shore, go work on it, get a nice little fix, get a nice thing in here, and then bam, go back in the water. These Democrats, I'm telling you, these Democrats that are in office, they are, I don't know what to tell you. I look at Bob Ferguson and it's just such a disappointment. Such a disappointment. And he thinks that we're all stupid. You can't bullshit a bullshitter. That's just how it works. You know how people get mad at Trump for doing what he does? In my life, I've always been in trouble for fights. Not the bullies. They didn't get in trouble. I got in trouble for whooping their ass and saving somebody else. But I got caught in the fight. That's what's happened to Trump. Trump is out here cleaning up the mess, the disaster that the socialist Democrats created in our country. And people don't understand why we have to go through what we're going through right now. Gas prices, oh my God, they don't get it. They don't get it. They never pay attention. They don't know here in Seattle, Washington, in Everett, in Marysville. Listen, we can be paying, high price, $4 a gallon. Okay, that's very high still. But we can pay $4 a gallon. No problem. But what do we pay? $5.50, $6. All because of regulations, taxes that we have on the gas. Put on by the socialist Democrats. I mean, we haven't had a Republican or conservative, even independents have no chance. But even a conservative in the last 40 years. Hey, Samuel, how are you? I got something for you. Thanks for being here. Big bro, Robert, good morning. Good morning. Magic Man in the house. We're going to listen to a live, well, it just finished, but we're going to listen to President Trump. I just want to get some stuff off my chest. And, listen, I wish, I so wish that I was already running, that I was already campaigning, because the way that we're going to campaign, it's not going to be the old way of campaigning. I really want to get to know people to be able to trust. I like to test people. I like to be able to trust people because when we're doing this campaigning, we need a treasurer. We need a secretary. We're going to need somebody that's going to be on top of social media communication. We need somebody that's going to be scheduling things out, that's going to help me out with doing things like that. I don't worry about the speech. I don't worry about the press conferences. I don't worry about interviews. I don't care about debates. I don't worry about those things. Those things I'll take care of when the time comes. But I do need to have a team that is ready to get to work. And we're going to try to do the cheapest campaign that anybody has ever done in life. We're going to concentrate on using our skills, our talents. I know that there's people like Steve. He's not here today, but Steve is one of the guys that wants to support me doing something like this. I got people from other states that want to come over here so they can bodyguard for me. I got people that are willing to send emails and do this and do that, maybe do some phone calls. And, it takes a lot of manpower. I get that. But more importantly, we're not going to be BSing people. We're not going to be making empty promises. We are literally going to get our hands dirty and go to work. We are literally going to be busy every single day. I will try to leave my Sundays for myself, but I don't even think that's going to happen. Well, look at my show, right? I have to go live. I got to do it. I got to do it. No, I don't know about True Social. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think True Social is, let's be truthful about it. I don't care much for it. Yes, I have an account in True Social, but I just haven't been warmed up to it. Never have been. Even X account, I don't use it as much. Not really into that. Facebook, bruh, I'm verily giving it a chance. And so I think YouTube is a great way to do it. But if we're campaigning, we are going to be collecting a lot of donations. And, that's for a private meeting. But, we're going to collect a lot of donations and we're going to get things together. Believe me, I will have the right team. I want to tell you something about myself, and this is not to boast on myself. I've always been a very good athlete. Okay? And I will say my skill level, average on the sports that I don't play. But every sport that I play that I like, I was above average. Now, people don't like to care, they don't care to hear it. My vertical in high school was 37 inches. I was running a 4.3 40-yard dash. My mile time was 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Listen, all that doesn't matter. Nothing's on the record books. All that doesn't matter. But what matters is that even though I have been very good at sports, etc., I am a very, very, very good coach. Yes, I know. You should say, well, why? You're not coaching professional. Well, that's not my calling. But I do coach very well. When I did coach, I will tell you this. Every player that I coached became 10 times better athlete than they were before I helped them. They always gave me soccer teams that is first-time beginners, and I always took them to the finals, whether it was a 5-year-old, 12-year-old, 15-year-old, or high school level. And I'm going to say something. Maybe I haven't been as popular as, people would think that I needed to be. That has never, ever mattered to me. I've always helped young kids, teenagers, just because I love to help them. Something that I received from some of my coaches, some of the teachers in my life, and that's what I give back. I give back to the community. Now, it's been many years since I've done something like this, but it's in the future something that I want to be a part of. I want to be able to sponsor some sort of program. And I already have it planned out, but it's in God's time. And if God allows, it'll be his will, not mine. All right. With that being said, I have something for Samuel. Since Samuel is in the UK. Let me put this tab over here for now. And where is my, okay. Now, this is probably so maybe I'm wrong about this, right? To say that it's for Samuel. But here we go. There is a British guy. His name is Nigel. Is that in your neighborhood, Samuel? I might be wrong. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I want to make sure that he responds to that before I even play this clip. Interestingly enough, let me put a couple of dots together for you guys. What failure MAGA? Nice profile pic. Get him, Don. Get him. Let's see. Let's focus on all the great things this administration has done for America. Absolutely. Josh Cooper. Cooper. That's my friend's name. But it's not Josh. Dennis, you won't live down. That came to the defense of Trumpstein over and over again. Oh, my friends, you're so wrong. Yes, but I think Samuel, right? That's in your neck of the woods. I love Nigel. As a matter of fact, let me tell you what I love about Nigel. Nigel and I have been on the same page when it comes to immigration issues. One of the things that I always told you guys since before I started my channel, and this is just something that was more recent, but we know. We've known this since the 80s, okay? But Nigel is one of the guys, from England, I think he's from England, that spoke about this in one of these shows. One of the people in the crowd asked him, oh my God, about no, we don't have enough housing, this and that, and he mentioned something that the issue along the lines of, when you have a big population and you have to build. There you go. So you know who I'm talking about. Okay. So when you have a population, that is very sustainable, well, what do you have to do? Well, that need housing. You got to build houses. But what happens when you allow massive immigration to come into the country? Well, you don't have enough housing, and there's going to be two things. You're gonna multiply homelessness, or you're going to have to choose. Do you want to have the citizens be out on the street or being all bunched up? It affects the economy so big. I mean, the guy said it so beautifully, but it's the same point that I've been making with you guys about this massive illegal immigration causing affordability problems, taking up all the housing that was available for people to go and rent and make a living on. You just can't do that anymore. When you blow up the population to the point where the cities can't really sustain it, is damaging. It doesn't matter if people say, oh, well, they work, oh, they pay taxes. It doesn't matter. To work and pay taxes is a privilege. Do you know why it's a privilege? Because those taxes is more of a savings that we are giving. Supposedly, that's the way it's supposed to work. You pay your Social Security for your future. The government should be matching that Social Security, sort of like a 401k. We pay taxes because we have the right to work. Illegal immigrants, whether you like to hear that or not, this is not their home. This is not their country. I don't care if they're trying to find making a living. You got to make a living in your country. If you don't make it over there, you don't come and steal it from somebody else. That's what they're doing. Let me tell you something. There is nothing against my people. I love Hispanics, and believe me, I am going to fight for them when I'm governor, okay? But I'm also going to get rid of a lot of them. Probably most of them, to be honest. But I'm telling you what, I have seen a lot of businesses that were ran by Americans. A lot of them. Now, mostly Hispanics. Most likely illegal. Daniel Coe, he knows what I'm talking about. That's why he don't like it. When I hit the truth, people don't like it. People don't like it. Illegal immigrants, I don't give a shit what you think about me. This is not your country, period. You have no entitlement. I don't give a crap what you tell me. This ain't your country. No es tu país, cabrón. De regreso a tu país. No vengas con pendejadas aquí a los Estados Unidos, cabrón. You are not entitled to anything in this country. Your human rights are not legal rights. It is not the same. You are so proud of the country you come from. Why you leave? Why don't you stay there? I love Honduras. I was born in Honduras, but I am very proud of the United States of America. And this is the country that I love. This is the country that I will respect and die for. So there's a big difference. And so I want the immigration laws to be respected so that other Hispanics that come here and do it the right way actually get to stay here and enjoy the benefits of the fruits of their labor. Thank you, Don. The truth will be told. Ah, thank you, man. You're awesome, Dennis. I appreciate it. Hey, listen, there's nothing special about that. It's just the truth. It is the truth. Any Hispanic that is looking for a better way of life, they're going to come here the right way. You know why? Because then everything will be more peaceful. It doesn't mean that work is going to be easier, but they don't have to be looking. Is ICE coming for me? They don't have to do that. When ICE comes to get you, they're trying to send you back home. They're trying to repatriate you because you betrayed your country. And the worst thing you do is you don't come over here and shut up. You come over here and demand rights. You show this entitlement like this is your country. Well, it's not. A la verga, cabrón. Every single one of you guys. If you don't think that it's wrong to be in this country illegally, then you got to go. Go practice that in your country. I'm going to tell you Americans. Let me tell you this. Hold on. I don't know what my throat is. I know that family's getting sick. Give me 1 second. Listen. I'm going to tell you Americans something. I've been to Mexico, okay? I've been to Mexico. Mexico is beautiful. But let me tell you something. The same people that come here illegally are the same people that are okay with the president and the cabinet and all these corrupted politicians protecting the cartels, selling drugs, smuggling children, women, human trafficking. This is what they do. Anybody that supports illegal immigration is responsible for every child that disappears going through the border, for every victim that illegal immigrants have killed coming to this country. Anybody supporting the illegal immigration is guilty of that. And doggone it, I wish that I was wrong. But I see these illegal immigrants in downtown Seattle protesting. I'm undocumented, but I want these cameras down. And coward Bob Ferguson, the governor, who is a little leftist, doesn't say anything. The cowardly socialist Democrat mayor, she's just a puppet. Everybody tells her what to do. See, there's a difference. She has a team for her to lead, but the team leads her. If I have a team, I would lead my team. And I only want people in my team that want to help me carry out my agenda. See, when President Trump ran for office, I know that there's a lot of flakes and a lot of rhinos out there, but I'm going to tell you this. When Trump ran for office, he had an agenda. He told us, we're going to secure the border. We're going to make a wall. We are going to kick some terrorist ass. We're going to bomb the shit out of Iran. He said this. This is the agenda. We're going to put in jail all the corrupted politicians. How do we know them? Well, they all went against Trump hardcore for 8 years. And I don't forget. I don't forget that. So, as many, you know what? I'm so grateful that God still has mercy on us. When I become governor of Washington State, I'm going to tell you this. I will work hand in hand with the most important department in our country, and that is the federal government. I will do anything that I have to do to support them and to work hand in hand, because I need to make sure that I keep our cities, our counties, our state clean and safe. We need a lot of police. And these pensions that Bob Ferguson is going to be removing from the police officers, we're going to put a stop to that. We are going to collect so much money, and we're going to make sure that we actually take care of the people. Now, pay attention to this. Shaving your legs is not a priority for me, so F that. Giving you breast implants because you think you're a woman when you're a man, F that. We don't need money for that. We can't say that we spend billions of dollars on fixing the roads, but you can't produce one damn receipt about that money. So I'm going to make sure that we track that. I want to just say, listen, a salary for a governor is going to be at $235,000 a year. I want to keep $150 to take care of my family, and I want the rest to taxes and to be able to donate that to my veterans. How we're going to do it and the things that how we're going to use it, that's for something in the future to come. Because we're going to go ahead and partner up with people who actually want to be able to make Washington State great again. It is that simple. It's not hard. I will put a stop to big corporations, especially farming corporations, abusing our legal migrants from working on the farms. They bring illegal immigrants to work for cheaper labor, while our Hispanic migrants that have been here, that actually have a green card, that actually should be legal already, those people, they need to stay here, and they need to be paid just like any other American that is on the farmer. How are we going to make sure that the farmers survive? Get rid of some freaking regulation. You're killing the farmers with all these taxes, all these lawsuits. It's so crazy how people don't realize how much damage the government is doing to our farmers, and they blame Trump. They say, oh, the tariffs, oh, the Shut up. Washington State used to be a farming state, and it has been losing farmers by the thousands. The government don't give a crap. They don't give a crap. Big corporations pay the big taxes. They find a way to cheat. They allow illegal immigrants because, let's face it, the Democratic Party has gone back to their evil ways of slavery. You see, there's a big difference when you work, right? You got to work to make a living. You got to work to earn some money to take care of your family, pay bills, and get the things that you want. But when you're abusing people by paying them a very low labor because you don't care about them, they're just animals to you. You don't have to give them health benefits because the government pays them. They don't need preventive care. They'll just go to the emergency room. They can't say no. They will treat them, and then they'll bill the federal government. We're not dumb. I haven't seen Bob Ferguson walk around with farmers There's an old man, a farmer up in eastern Washington. They sued him for like, what was that? I can't remember the amount. I don't know if it was 800,000 or 8 million, but or $80,000, but it was a lot of money for this guy to pay. He just can't pay it. It is ridiculous. So I got to fight for the farmers. We got to fight for the farmers. There is a lot of diseases that come out, foreign diseases, by the way. When you have millions, a massive illegal immigration coming into this country, they bring things with them besides drugs. If they come in here and they bring all these diseases, poison, some Chinese people actually got caught at the airport bringing viruses into our country. Yeah, that's right. I can't wait to see Fauci in jail, by the way. But hey, listen, let me go ahead and take a pause right there. Morning, Tanya. How are you? I see you, big sis. A Stewie girl? That's right, the Gulf of America. You know, I had to put it on because I got a match. Today I got a match with my beautiful American flag. Isn't that beautiful? How can somebody be stupid enough to say, I'm going to burn this beautiful flag that represents the United States of America and the Republic for which it stands? One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty for all. How can somebody be stupid enough to burn this beautiful flag? I can tell you that when I think about all the people that have died to raise this flag, and when I think about the people that hate this country and want to burn this flag, I want to hug this flag and just cry. Cry because we even though these people don't deserve it, we still have to love them. We don't want to. I don't want to love you. But we have to. We have to love you. Not one soldier that I know of, not one veteran that I know of, went to war and said, I am going to enlist in the military so that I can fight for only the law-abiding citizens, only for the people that support us, only for the people that I love, my family, my friends. No. They went to fight for the country, even though this scum don't deserve our soldiers fighting for them. There's one thing that I like about Vivek. I don't like what he said about Jesus, but I like one thing that he said after he won the nominee for the Republican side. And I think he says something along the lines of this. I want to create better paychecks, you know, this and that, for all of the people that voted for me. And for all of the people that didn't vote for me, I want to create better paychecks and everything the same way. You know why? Because everybody that is an American citizen, that is a resident, permanent resident, they deserve the benefits of the United States of America. And us, as migrants that come to this country, we should always have that incentive that if you follow the law, that if you become a great citizen material, that the government is going to look at you and be like, hey, you deserve to be a resident. Hey, you've been a resident for 5 years. You deserve to be an American citizen. You have proven your loyalty to this country. But now you have to denounce the loyalty to your previous country. And I denounced my loyalty to Honduras, even though I loved it. I love the people. I want to help. Of course, I respect them. I honor them. But my loyalty is to the United States of America. And let that be clear. Let that be clear. If you don't feel the way that I do, you're in the wrong country. But it should be an incentive for any migrant to say, you know what, the United States of America, they protect their border. The United States of America, only American citizens get those benefits. Guess what they want to do? Become American citizens. And if they come over here and they say, hey, this is the law of the United States of America. If you come to this country, that is the law that you have to follow and respect and obey. And you know what? Muslims come over here and say that Sharia law is above the American law. How the hell are we allowing these people in this country? We should ban Sharia law in all of the United States of America. You know what's going to happen? They're going to leave, supposedly. If you ban them from practicing or believing the jihad or the Sharia law, they have to leave, because if they can't practice their religion freely in our country, they got to go. They will become infidels. Now, let me ask you something. Why is it that all these desert dwellers from the Middle East and all these shitty-ass countries that are Muslims, why are they coming here to the United States of America? If we're so bad, if we're so hateful, if we're so racist, if we're such a bigot and fascist, why are they coming here? Explain that to me. Why are they coming here? If we are such horrible people, get the hell out. Don't come here. And if you're here, stop bitching and complaining and be appreciative. There is a reason why you hate your country. There is a reason why you left the country that you left. And you are here, but you are not here to tell us how to live and what laws to put. Sadly, the stupidity has reached our government and has allowed Muslims to be in government. Muslims tell you to your face every single day, we are going to conquer the United States of America, and we're going to become mayors, and we're going to be in Congress, and we're going to be in the Senate, and we're going to become governors, and one day we will be presidents. Wow. And the leftist socialist Democrats, okay, diversity wins. Shut the hell up. It's great that we have diversity, that we have different cultures, of course. But that doesn't mean that the Mexican culture is the best. Hell no. They got good and bad people in Mexico. Honduras, good and bad. Nicaragua, every country has in their culture good and bad people. You are stupid if you think that black people are the best people to be in office. You see them acting all ghetto on the damn streets. Oh, did you know that another person got killed in New York in the subway? Yeah, because Mandani being in power, they just made New York a lot safer than before. Yeah. You keep voting for the same garbage in, you're going to get the same results. You got to vote differently. All the beaners that come into my channel, just go back to your country, bro. If you don't respect the United States of America, go back. If your parents brought you here when you were a baby, but you still have loyalty to your parents' country, then get the hell out of the United States of America. As far as I'm concerned, you're not even an American citizen. You could at least be grateful. You could at least say, I love this country. I know my parents are from here, but I was born here. I love this land, and I want everybody to respect it and honor it and take care of it and be responsible and become great citizens so that this continues to be a great nation and make it even greater in our future. That's what it's all about. That's the American dream. Those are the migrants that we love in this country. See, there's a lot of white trash out there. There's a lot of black trash out there. There's a lot of Hispanic trash everywhere. It is a fact. But I'm going to tell you something. There's people that deny the truth. Like, for example, Javier. He's in the wrong channel, I think. He still believes that it's the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, man. What a wonderful world. It is now the Gulf of America, whether you like it or not. God bless the USA. Let me tell you something. If I was to have a choice, if there is Russian soldiers, Chinese soldiers, any soldier from any country and the minority of the soldiers were American, and everybody would turn against the American soldiers, it would be my honor to stand with that minority. That's what it feels like for Israel. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you about Israel. You see, the world that is hateful, that has no God, they worship fake religions. Those people, those countries, those nations, you're going to hear them always talk bad about Israel, but I'm going to point something out to you. I'm going to point something out to you today. Cuba doesn't have a Gulf, sweetheart. Oh, that'd be nice. When we win against Iran, the United Nations, listen to this, the United Nations, it breaks my heart, the United Nations, who is Spain, Italy, France, England, etc. The same nations that we have thousands of American soldiers in their bases, ready to attack, ready to defend, ready to fight. The same United Nations that we pay almost $1 trillion, and the highest payer out of any other nation, the second place payer, only pays $66 billion. We do the most for them. When we stopped USAID, Somalia's economy crashed. Why are we supporting Somalia? We gave all the support to the United Nations. And when we asked, hey, we don't need you to get involved. Just let us use your air bases. They just turned their backs on us. And if that didn't piss you off, I don't think you're an American. Guess who didn't turn their backs on us? Eat your heart out. It was Israel. It still is Israel. If it wasn't for Israel fighting in the Middle East against all these terrorist Muslims, we would be in trouble. Not just us here in America, but all the people in the Middle East will be destroyed. The Saudi Prince of Qatar said it on an interview. Why don't you like Iran? Well, I don't like Iran because they are like Hitler. They're trying to expand the regime, and they're threatening us. Imagine that. It's the truth. Look it up. The Saudi Prince of Qatar said that. Iran is a threat, an imminent threat to the Arab countries. You don't believe me? What was the first thing that they do when we attacked them? They hit all their friends. Why? Just hit us. Fight us. Nope. They went and hit all their friends and say, wait a minute. You see what happens when you don't help us? We're going to destroy you. Iran knows they have no way of winning. No way of winning at all. How many Iranian jets do you see flying on the sky, destroying our Navy? 0. How many Navy ships do you see shooting at us? 0. these little small boats with the little guns, that's nothing. And the only reason why they are is because President Trump is allowing it. The truth shall set you free. Now let's go ahead and jump from this. Israel is our ally. Israel is our friend. And many that practice a satanical religion called Islam will tell you that Israel is the enemy. But when has Muslims fought alongside us? Never. Matter of fact, we fought Muslims over and over in history, and we beat them every single time. Let me tell you the reason why I'm doing this podcast. The reason why I say what I say. The American people are too damn gullible. They are using your Christian heart to take advantage of you. I see it on my chat all the time. Oh, but Jesus said to welcome the... Shut the hell up. Come over here and use the Bible and you don't even know what the hell it's saying? Put in specific scriptures? Please. Please. Been there, done that. I've seen that. I learned that. I called it out. In the church, never once have I tickled anybody's ears with lies. We need more Americans to stand up. More Americans to stand up. We need to protect our border, continue to protect our border, and we need to continue to deport illegal immigrants. If they are family of mine, they got to go. If I had any nephews or anybody that was illegal, get your ass back to Honduras and I'll send you money. I will help you out. But you don't come over here illegally. We're going to go through the embassy. We're going to go ahead and write the letter. We're going to go ahead and talk with them and say, hey, listen, I'll be responsible for them. I'll sponsor them. Please let them stay. If you came here illegally and you got papers, well, now you got to protect the border. When you make that oath to become an American citizen, that's exactly what you're saying that you're going to do. And yes, you're going to fall into the same category as me, and people are going to call you a coconut. Comparame, ¿qué pedo? Listen, I know a lot of people that are illegal. And believe me, I love them. I want them to stay here in this country and be legal. But if they get deported, it's not our fault. They know they're not supposed to be here in the first place. It's nothing about hating them. It's just the law. Kenny, we already talked about it. All right, but anyway, I want to give something here. This is Nigel making a statement about what I just said. And, well, let's take a listen to him. He's so smart. I appreciate this guy.
5 years ago, I went into the channel, I filmed the dinghies coming across, I told everybody there'd be an invasion and vast numbers would come, and I was laughed at. Well, have a look at that. It's now 200,000 that across the channel, most of them unidentified young males of fighting age, posing a risk not just to women and girls in this country, but a risk to our national security. We will, in government, detain and deport every single one of them. 5 years ago, I went into the...
5 years ago. And so have I. I've been saying this for decades. Please. Matter of fact, back in 1985, there was women talking about coming over to the United States of America and making anchor babies. That was the plan. That was a stupid plan from women in the 80s. Come to the United States of America, get pregnant, pop a baby, and that little American citizen is going to be your anchor to stay in the United States of America. Now, that plan didn't work out for everybody, but a lot of people have been abusing it. And that's just the way that it works. Now, I want to go ahead and change gears here. We already know we got to protect our borders. We got to get rid of illegal immigrants. And I believe that we still have that self-deportation app going on, and you're still getting the money, etc. Chris, you're an idiot. Kay Rios, no seas pendejo. To be an anchor baby, your parents got to be illegal, and then you got to be born in this country. I was not born in this country. I was born in Honduras. My mother waited 5 years to come to this country legally. And then I had to wait 5 more years to come to this country illegally. Legally. We were denied at the embassy twice. The third time they gave us permission and they stamped our visa for 10 years. They gave us permission for 6 months. We applied for the green card. My mother applied for a green card before I even came to this country. We got approved. We live in the States for many months. According to our stay on our visa, stay legal. They gave us an interview back in Honduras, in the capital of Tegucigalpa, and then they stamped our passport, our Honduras passport, with the green card seal on it, saying that we are now permanent residents in the United States of America. And after 2.5 decades of being an American resident, now I am an American citizen. Isn't that wonderful? It took me 25 years to become an American citizen, and I'm very proud of it. So shut the hell up, Kay Rios. You don't know what an anchor baby is. Maybe you are the anchor baby. With that being said, you guys already know what's going on in Virginia. Virginia tried to do an unconstitutional redistricting. See, Virginia, as far as I know it, Virginia has been a purple state, meaning that it can go either way. As far as I know, representation has been fair. What's interesting is that a white Democrat has been beating a black Republican. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and hit a clip here from Virginia. Redistricting referendum was struck down. Let's take a listen and see what's going on here. Let's hear it from the experts.
Jason, it's great to see you. Just start
Great to be with you.
What are the chances that the High Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, takes up this?
Nil. They are not going to take this up. This is simply posturing for the fact that they just wasted $70 million on this unconstitutional, illegal gerrymandering effort in Virginia. This is a complete humiliation for Hakeem Jeffries. It's a complete humiliation for Abigail Spanberger, who right now is sitting as the most unpopular governor in modern Virginia history, partly because she broke a campaign promise that she wasn't going to do gerrymandering redistricting. Then she promptly turned around and did it. And so this is a win for the rule of law, common sense, and it's a real humiliation for them trying to rig the system with this really deceitful ballot language that violated so many norms. And as I pointed out earlier today on a previous interview, if the Democrats had just paid attention to an attorney general's opinion I issued last fall saying this is blatantly unconstitutional, they would have saved themselves a lot of money, and they saved Virginians a lot of headaches from watching all these obnoxious, misleading TV ads. So it's a great win for the rule of law in Virginia.
Let me ask you this. My understanding of how the decision came down is they ruled the way they did it was unconstitutional. It didn't sound like they were saying that they did it was unconstitutional.
What is that? Is that a bet? Let's do it. I'll take that bet. Yeah, I'll send my daughter and my son to go work at Mar-a-Lago. Absolutely, 100%. 100% I'll take it.
Constitutional. So my question is, could they do it again and do it the right way and get this passed or not? You're shaking your head. What do you say?
Now that window is closed. The way we amend Virginia's constitution, it's a 2-year process. You pass amendment through the General Assembly, you have an intervening election, and then the new General Assembly passes it again, and then it goes to the voters. They circumvented that by essentially trying to come in a special session 1 week before the governor's race last year, after 1 million people had already voted, and said, yeah, we're meeting all the constitutional requirements for a special session for intervening election. They're required to post it 90 days before an election. They admitted they never did that. There are multiple procedural errors. They do not get a second bite of the apple. This is $70 million that has gone up in smoke. I said that I was going to fight this illegal gerrymandering by any means necessary at the ballot box and in court. Really satisfied with this win. It's a win for the rule of law. And I would remind those that are criticizing the Supreme Court of Virginia, the justice that authored this opinion was appointed to the bench, to the Court of Appeals, by Mark Warner when he was governor, and then elevated to the Supreme Court on a unanimous vote of the General Assembly. Every Democrat in the entire assembly voted for this individual, this Justice Kelsey, to be on the Supreme Court of Virginia. So there's a lot the media is missing on this, but this is a win for the rule of law and a real humiliation for Abigail Spanberger.
It's a win for representation as well. So
It sure is. And you say prove that it was unconstitutional. Yeah, well, I think you just got to do your own research, my friend. Now, when it comes to this Scott Hoffman, let me tell you something, bro. Number one, you don't come over here. You didn't come over here respecting my peeps. You didn't come over here, saying hello to people. You don't support the United States of America. You don't care about us. So who gives a shit about what you want or what you think? What we want is really Americans that care about this country, not snowflakes. Who knows if you're an illegal? Who knows if you where you're from? Are you Canadian? Whatever. We don't know who you are. We don't know what you stand for. And the fact that you're saying that, actually, no, I do know what you stand for. Yeah, just don't let Scott in the chat.
it's the state currently 6 Democrats to 5 Republican representatives. It was going to go 10-1. 10 Democrats. It would have, and Jason, you know this, it would have wiped out my home district, the 5th district of Virginia. But I want to get your reaction to radical Hassan Piker having an absolute meltdown over this decision. He wrote this on X, quote, "The Virginia Supreme Court denied the results of the redistricting referendum. SCOTUS gutted the Voting Rights Act, and Tennessee carved up the last Dem district, destroying black voter power in the state. Those who make peaceful revolution possible make violent revolution inevitable."
You know what I think is funny, Chase? That you're a freaking moron. Do you know how many accents we have in this country? You got to be the stupidest person if you haven't realized that there are so many people in this country that are Americans that have an accent. You go down to California, go down to Texas, go down to Arizona, go down to Louisiana, go down to Alabama. You're dumb ass son of a bitch. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. The stupidest comment that I have ever heard many times over here by the ignorant people is always that, oh, that accent. You guys are so retarded. Like, I can't even believe that you still actually use that. The stupidest thing that I have heard is like, it tells me how much you don't have any brains.
So he doesn't believe in, I guess, the judicial branch.
I think this is someone that doesn't know what we did in Virginia. The reality is, in Virginia in 2020, we passed a constitutional amendment saying we don't want politicians to do this. And it passed by a 2/3 vote, 30% margin of victory. And what the Democrats tried to do here was deceive voters. If you notice, every one of their ad campaigns never posted on their website, on their marketing materials, their digital materials, what the map was. As you've noted, it would have gutted rural Virginia. You would have had 5 congressmen living in a 15-mile radius in Northern Virginia around each other, and you would have taken a state in which 48% of Virginians voted for a Republican to represent them in Congress and give them 9% of the representation. Virginians spoke loudly. They don't want politicians to do this. They ran an overwhelmingly deceptive campaign back in April. And listen, they also wasted taxpayer money. I estimate it's close to $10 million was spent on the special election by taxpayer money. Abigail Spanberger should practice what she preaches about affordability. Give Virginians a tax rebate to cover this, because this was absolutely an atrocious misuse of taxpayer money.
Indeed, Jason Mieres, I don't want to hear one word out of the Democrats' mouths in the Commonwealth about higher costs plaguing Virginia households when they spent $10 million on this boondoggle that just got overturned.
It's Folgers in your cup. Yeah, I still got about a quarter of a can left. It really is probably the best tasting coffee that I can find here in Washington. And I'm also I'm mixing it with some mushroom coffee. We're not going to mention the brand because we're not being sponsored by them or Folgers, but you guys already know. You've seen my can. Let me go ahead and have some interaction here with my brothers. And we're going to take a break from the clips, but we're going to go ahead and jump into our beautiful POTUS having a participation on women's healthcare event. Now, some of you probably already seen it, but I haven't. So we'll go ahead and get into it. There we go. Okay, so we got it ready for you. Let me go ahead and say hello to some of you guys. What are you guys saying here on the chat? Let's see. Now voters can vote for Democrats or Republicans instead of just Democrats. That's what it should be all about. You know, if this is what people do, they need representation. If the state it happens to be what it is, then let the people decide. But to lie, I mean, this is the one thing that I hate. And who was that one person running as a Republican? And she went on the podcast saying, "Oh, I'm just running as a Republican, but I'm actually a Democrat." Like she didn't even care. Like she was out there they don't care because they really, really believe that Americans are that stupid. And well, there's a lot of them, obviously, because they do vote for them. Let's say Magic Man says, we sure have a funny accent here in the mountains of Tennessee, and I'll guarantee we're made fun of, but it has no bearing on a man's heart or beliefs. Man, that's the real American spirit right there, man. I love that. I love that. I really love it when you guys talk like that. Let me tell you something. Hey, Don, you promised me some stories. You better not let me down. I want to hear some stories. Let me tell you something. And this is from my heart. There is something special, and I don't care what anybody says about this. There is something very special about humans in the United States of America. And there is something really wrong with those who come to this country illegally or that want to come and change what we have. It is beyond me why anybody would want to come to this country and just destroy it. See, there's the best incentive that you can give to any migrant that wants to be part of the United States of America is to show a government who puts their citizens first, who prioritizes on securing the border, who worry about their American citizens before anybody else. That's putting America first. Now, Democrats, right? Democrats always come in and they tell us, well, if he's putting America first, why is he attacking Venezuela? Why is he attacking Cuba? Why is he attacking Iran? Because, they just do what Netanyahu says. They just do what Israel tells them to do. Ignorance is the reason why these people are dying. So our job is to give them knowledge, to give them truth. If you're a Democrat and you vote for socialist Democrats, let me tell you something. First of all, the bottom line is that you are making your own grave, so to speak, not physically, just metaphorically. You're making your own grave to your rights, okay? Not to your life. We love you. We want you to be alive. We just want you to be less of an asshole. We want you to be nicer, just a little bit, just enough so that we can get along. But if you vote for them, just know, Ask yourself a question. Okay, I've always supported this party. I've always supported Democrats. What have they done for me? What have they done for our farmers? I mean, do you even care? What have they done for our schooling, for our education system? We have spent billions of dollars on the educational system, and we just seem to be getting dumber and dumber and dumber. Every generation. There was a time where black people were having education levels a lot higher. And then Barack Obama came in, and all of a sudden people started getting ghetto again. Violence just multiplied. For some reason, Black Panthers came back to life during Barack Obama. Black Lives Matter, a fake movement, was actually abusing the people, their own people, by the way, becoming rich for themselves. Took advantage of their own people, as they say. But if you keep voting for them, like Space Knocker, let me tell you something, bro. We see all the bad shit that Democrats are doing in our country. They have no great policies. They haven't done anything for the economy. They haven't created any jobs. They haven't created any more security. They haven't protected the border at all. Well, by the way, let's be honest, that's not their job. That's the federal government. But nonetheless, they didn't help protect the border, but they sure as hell helped break it. And that is a problem. Space Knocker, okay, thank you for stopping by, bro. Have a good one. Go spam to your mama. We got to get these people out of office. But just remember this. When we kick all of these Democrats out of office, we are definitely going to work hand in hand with our federal government, and we will make sure that we help our president be successful. You know why? Because when we make our president successful, we are also successful. Man, Don, brother, let me tell you, bro, there is so much to unpack. I'm trying to make this show shorter and shorter, but it just doesn't seem to work that way. It's just so much information that needs to be shared every single day. Let me tell you. Here, look, listen. If I was governor right now, let me tell you this. If I was governor right now, I am on President Trump's that covers a little bit of the sweeteners. But listen to me, okay? And I wanna open your eyes if you really, really want to understand how to make a great country. Governors right now, mayors, okay, city councils, they should all be citizens, to be honest. All of them should be American citizens, not residents, not undocumented especially, not visitors, no tourists, no. It has to be residents, citizens only. We have to find a way to make a budget that works for everybody, not just for a certain group, not just a certain rhetoric. You got to have an agenda that helps the people. Now, Democrats have lied about their agenda, just like in Virginia. They lied their ass off in Virginia. Let me move this right in the middle. Boom. Okay, next time it'll show up the right way. If they don't lie, I'm sure, well, who knows? People are still blind and they will still vote loyally to their party. But I'm saying this. They lied about the police force being multiplied. They have decreased it. They have removed the police and they have added social workers. You can keep that message to yourself. Nickel. And well, once in a while, we get some people pretending to be nickels in here. These guys, I don't know what these people, listen, man. I'm going to tell you something about me that you don't know. I'm from El Barrio, Holmes. I'm from El Barrio, bro. You don't know what that is. But that's the equivalent of the ghetto here. Now, I don't care how dark or light-skinned you are. If you are an ignorant fool, you can call yourself a nigga, but don't call me that. I learned that. I used to say that word when I was in high school because everybody was using it in the mid-90s. Until I was playing football with some older guys, and they told me they loved me, they appreciated me, but they told me not to use that word. Because I will use that word with the wrong people, and well, it's it is what it is. Hey, look at this. Rolando says, doesn't have the cojones to say the correct word. What's the correct word? Nigga? Is that the word you're talking about? Please. Anywho, just because I don't dress like a thug, don't misunderstand. My patience, my holding back for cowardice. I am no coward. I am nobody's fool. I am nobody's puppet. I am in charge of my own life. So please, okay? Anybody can be tough behind a keyboard talking smack. But the fact is that what's really important is that we actually keep fighting for this country to be better. And we are not going to be intimidated by thugs or ghetto people. In 2 years, Matthew, we have to wait. We have to wait till 2028 to put our name on the box. But yes, I'm going to run against Bob Ferguson. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to promise you. I'm just going to do it. Anywho, don't worry, guys. I take care of the bullies. I always take care of the bullies. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and take a break. I've been saying this for a long time now. Let's go ahead and take a listen to our great POTUS addressing our nation. And, of course, I haven't seen this, but I am going to assume that the media is going to ask him questions about Iran, okay? Hey, Jepper, Trump is such a coward. They've been trying to assassinate him 3 times. You know what he says? Fight, fight, fight. Who's the coward? The one shooting at him because they're afraid that he's doing a great job for this country, or the idiots like you who call him a coward when he is the best president in the United States of America? And with that, let's get into our video today.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is very important. We have a lot of important things happening in our country right now, but we're doing very well. Most healthcare plans do not cover these benefits, but today I'm pleased to announce that the Department of Labor is issuing a new rule to formally create a fertility benefit option for employers that can be offered to all employees outside of their normal health insurance plans. It's a big deal. They were not properly taken care of. Katie Britt knows that better than anybody.
That's right.
Who called me and said, I must say I shouldn't admit this, but the first time I really heard about the fertility was through Katie. She said, sir, we have to do something. And I'm a quick study, so I learned everything there is to learn in about 3-4 minutes.
That's right.
And I became the father of fertility.
That is true.
No, it just made a lot of sense to me. She explained it well. And I hope you tell that story, what happened to you, that you were virtually attacked with a bad ruling from a court. They gave a very bad ruling, as you remember, in Alabama.
Yeah, but you stepped in and saved the day and made sure that we had nationwide access to IVF, and have done so much since then, and we are so grateful.
We had something passed within 2 days after
That's
that.
great.
So
That's
it's
exactly
really pretty
right.
amazing. You don't see that happen very often. But this will be supplemental option available to those who need it, much like vision or dental insurance, so we're bringing it right down into the mainstream. by offering coverage for care at every step. The fertility journey is a very interesting one, very complex it was, and we're making it much simpler. This will hopefully reduce the number of couples who ultimately need to resort to IVF, because challenges can be identified and addressed very early in the process. This is a new benefit. This is a benefit that so many people have called me about. I mean, it's incredible. Oz and Bobby, I can tell you, we speak about it a lot. So many people have called me about, we have to do this. They've been waiting for it for a long time. But this is a new benefit or an option that will be a major help for millions of American moms, that will result in more beautiful American babies. We like that. To further reduce the cost of fertility care, my administration has negotiated unprecedented most favored nation agreements with all of the world's leading pharmaceutical companies and nations. You think that was easy? That was not easy. The nations in particular, I tell you, I had to challenge them with tariffs. You don't want to give us what you want? I'm putting tariffs on your nation. Sir, we'll give it to you immediately. Which actually, you think Biden could do that? I don't think so. Nor did he try, Bobby, right? They didn't even try. He did not. They never tried anything. One drug commonly used in IVF has gone from, as an example, $966 to $168, a difference of 500%. This is the most incredible thing. It's not talked about by the fake news. It's sad because it's the biggest thing to happen. I think we're getting drug prices, prescription drug prices down by 400 or 500%, or depending on the way you want to phrase the question, you could say 400, 500, 600% Oz, and you could also say 80%, 70%, etc. It all depends on the way you phrase the question. I like the 500 better. And since we launched that website just a few months ago, it's called TrumpRx.gov. It's through the roof. Is that a correct statement, Oz? And by the way, you tell them that was your idea to call it Trump. It wasn't mine.
The president did not propose that name, but everyone else thought it was a great idea. It is working spectacularly well, incredibly effective at so many things. That there's not an American around buying a medication who should not check TrumpRx.gov first. We propose, Mr. President, it's going to save us $600 billion over the next decade, the kinds of savings we're going to achieve from the most favored nation drug pricing that Secretary Kennedy organized.
And the media doesn't write about it. If a Democrat proposed it, it'd be front page news every day for the rest of your life. The media, they don't want to write about it. Think of it. We're reducing drug prices by 500, 600%, or 80%, or 75%. Anyway, it's all about the phrasing of the question. And the media doesn't write about it. It's amazing. It's so sad. It's so biased. And that's why the media, their approval rating went down just today, 12%. You're 12%. That's why I got elected with 97% bad stories. I won in a landslide because you have no credibility. So I wish the media would write about it. It's probably the biggest story. Certainly it's got to be maybe the biggest story in medicine, if you think. I mean, when you get drug reduction prices of 60, 70, 80%. A pill that costs $10 in Germany, costs in New York City, costs $130, $140. Now the pill is going to go to $20 in Germany and $20 for us. So in other words, we're going to have the lowest prices anywhere in the world. And we can't get a story about it. They won't write it. It's the biggest medical story there is, and we cannot get a story about it. I think I'm going to ask Walmart for a little help if you don't mind. Because you people say you get very good publicity. I think if you could explain the trick, and let me know. But since we launched the website just a few months ago, over 19,000 Americans have used those fertility medicines and discounts and saved more than $15 million just in a short period of time, a matter of weeks. The Council of Economic Advisors projects that the number will rise to $4.6 billion over a fairly small number of years. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. And we had to get the countries. First, we had to get the companies. And the companies were pretty good, but they knew I couldn't get the countries. So they didn't care that much. I think when we got the countries, I think they said, what's going on? And yet, they've done fine. They do more business, and they do it from, they made it up in volume, right? They made it up in volume, as the old Old story went. There are many other ways our administration is supporting moms and women. We passed the largest working family tax cuts in American history. By far, we passed the largest tax cuts, not only for women, for everybody, but for women. So many working women, we passed the largest tax cuts in history. We also made a historic investment in rural health with $50 billion distributed across all 50 states, and that gives each state a lot of money. Over the next 5 years, $10 billion has already been distributed, and you see the results all over the rural part of the United States, which I'm proud to say I won by about 80% of the vote. And many states are investing in improving maternal health care. Every Democrat in Congress voted against this historic funding. The Democrats, well, they suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, to be honest. They don't even know what they're looking at. They can't even see straight. But I have a new way out. I'm going to propose something the opposite of what I want, and we will have massive amounts of legislation. No, just all I have to do is say, we will not build the wall. And they'll come back as it is.
Diabolical.
No, I'm going to do it, Katie. We'll put it in.
I think you're
I'm going to go the opposite. Whatever is bad, I'm going to go for it, and they'll approve what's good, finally. No, they've got serious Trump derangement syndrome, which actually is a disease. I'm hearing it is actually a disease. It's an honor. Today we're also enacting groundbreaking child care reforms to improve federal child care programs, including Head Start and Child Care Development Fund that goes to each state. It's big stuff. These reforms will give states more flexible, lower costs, increase options, and empower parents to choose what care works best for them. There's a lot of options that you're going to have. Under this plan, you have, I think, pretty much maximum options. And that's what we're looking for, maximum options at the lowest cost. And you've got a cost that if you were here a year ago, or if you were here like during the last administration, you're talking about a cost that would be 8 to 10 times more expensive than what we're doing. And same exact prescription, same exact medicine, same care at 10%. It'll also free up child care funding for hundreds of thousands of additional children to support stay-at-home parents. In recognition of this ambitious agenda to support American mothers, today we're announcing a new website that is online right now. It's moms.gov. Moms.gov. You couldn't have put that in the Trump deal. You had to give me a new one. Competition. This guy, he wants to make me work so hard. So explain moms.gov, would you please, Dr. Ross?
Well, we're going to have a whole discussion about it, sir, a little bit later. If we could, we want Katie to speak a bit about the first issue you mentioned. But moms.gov is a beautiful site. Folks want to check it right now while we're talking.
Yeah, you really should, and it's pretty incredible. Something that Senator Rubio and I tried to do, sir, but you're the one who actually did it, along with.
Well, I like TrumpRx.gov.
I feel like that.
No,
I mean, I love moms. I love moms, but I like TrumpRx.gov. You put me in there, I got to make sure it gives me competition now. You want to work? That's all right. We're only kidding. I have to say we're kidding, otherwise they'll do. Trump and us had a major dispute. It was terrible. When Bobby broke him up, it was a terrible, terrible dispute. These people. I encourage every mom to visit this new page where they will find helpful information about addressing clinical care, pregnancy resources, nutrition tips, Trump RX, and Trump Accounts. Trump Accounts has been amazing for the kids. It's Michael and Susan Dell. They put in $6,250 million started it, and that's another one that's gone through the Trump Accounts, where young kids, they turn 18 or 20 or 21, and they feel like a billionaire. You used to say a millionaire, now you say a billionaire, but they certainly feel rich, as opposed to having absolutely nothing. It's so popular. So many people are doing it. We have people, in one case, took over the entire state of Ohio. It's putting up the money for every kid in the state of Ohio. Supporting the journey of American moms at every stage is so important to the success of our nation. I'd now like to ask Senator Katie Britt. She's the one that got me into this, I have to tell you. I hope she always remains loyal to me so I can continue to support her.
You got it.
I would hate to go against her. That will never happen, Katie, right?
That's right, sir.
But to say just a few words, she's really a fantastic woman. She's a great senator. And I got lucky. I was supporting somebody else, and then I realized that somebody else wasn't very good. And I said, who's that young woman I met that was so impressive? They say, her name is Katie Britt. I said, let me talk to her. I talked to her. I endorsed her. She won a landslide. And you've been winning in landslides ever since. So you've been doing a great job, Katie. Thank you very much. I thought I should explain it.
Thank you.
To say a few words, Katie's going to say, and followed by Monique Pruitt, and then Olivia Walton, then Dr. Oz and Dr. Dorothy Fink, and Dr. Alex Adams. And you'll speak not too long because I am being waited on by a large group of generals. And that's also important, you know, having to do
It is. Well,
having to do with the absolutely lovely country of Iran. That's the way they pronounce it.
Well, we will get started then.
Okay.
Mr. President, thank you for your work. We are here, guys. This is another example of promises made, promises kept. I mean, we look at what President Trump did when we dealt with this issue in Alabama. He stepped up to the plate immediately to make sure that we had nationwide access to IVF, to making sure that we had comprehensive fertility treatment so that men and women, couples who were longing for their child, could continue to have that hope and also have that reality. Today doubles down on that yet again. I mean, we see the savings that have happened across the country, and I've had more and more people come up to me and tell me a story about what it has saved them. But we also know that there was opportunity for continued growth. President Trump saw that and he acted on it. So now more people are going to have access through their employer, just like they would dental or vision insurance. And there are people right now who this is out of reach because of affordability, and President Trump is bringing that back in. When you look at the comprehensive nature of what we're doing today and coming on the heels of Mother's Day, I mean, we are thrilled to support mothers everywhere. Whether it's that mom that is getting to experience growing life for the very first time, or the one chasing toddlers or wrangling teenagers, or being there when their adult child calls for advice. Moms are the heartbeats of our families, our communities, and our country. President Trump knows that, and he's made sure we've created a comprehensive culture of life. That's what you see right now with moms.gov. Moms.gov was something that then Senator Rubio and I talked about doing with Senator Kramer and now Senator Schmidt, but of course, President Trump is actually the one to put it into action. It supports moms through the prenatal, postpartum, and early childhood development stages of motherhood. Also, as we tackle rural health, look, I stand up here in front of you not only as a mom of two, but also as someone who lives in the great state of Alabama, where about 28% of women live in a maternal care desert. The work that we did in the Working Families Tax Cuts, guys, that hits it head on. We have an opportunity now to reach those who haven't been reached. When we look at maternal mortality rates, we continue to invest both in the research that will help us resolve that issue, but also in the women that deal with so many issues during their pregnancy. We want them to be supported. And then in addition to all of that, childcare. So we know last year alone, you had about 455,000 women leave the workforce due to affordability and accessibility of childcare. We've often said, and the President and I have talked about this, if you have or want the opportunity to stay home, we want that for you. But if you want or need the opportunity to re-enter the workforce and want to be a part of building back America, like President Trump is doing, we don't want affordability or accessibility to be an impediment to that. So not only at his direction, and I was proud to lead the effort in the Working Families Tax Cuts to modernize the tax code to make sure that childcare was front and center for the first time since Ronald Reagan, sir. You're the first one to do it. Yeah. But today, that comprehensive nature of whether you're staying home or you're in a faith-based provider or you have a child care center that you lovingly send your child to during the day as you work to provide for your family, today that is easier as a result. And we are proud of what that means for the economy. We know 24% of young families, our young families spend about 24% of their annual income on child care. So, Mr. President, thank you for all that you've done creating a comprehensive culture of life. This is really groundbreaking.
So do you see now why I endorsed her? So yes. And always will. I'd be afraid not to. She also is married to the largest human being
He's right there.
Her husband is great. He's a 11-year player in the NFL, an all-star, one of the greatest college football players ever at what he does. So he's a fantastic person. Both two really fantastic people. Monique Pruitt speaks about Trump RX.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Mr. President and Senator Brett, for all the work and the teams that have done so much around this. This is a very important topic, so glad to be here. I personally use Trump RX and I've saved thousands of dollars on my medication. As President Trump mentioned, a lot of insurances did not cover this. Looks like they will be now, so that's wonderful. Thank you. Even so, some don't cover the medication portion. That can be a separate pharmaceutical cost. So Trump RX has brought a lot of the prices of medications down. For me personally, Gonal F has been one of the main medicines that people use for egg retrievals, and that I cannot find it anywhere on any other website or for cheaper. So thank you so much to you guys for doing all the work. We really appreciate it from the IVF community.
It's been amazing, hasn't it? The difference in cost. It's just incredible. I mean, you're talking about something where it goes down 5, 6, 7 times. And I tell the story often. I was so proud. My first term, 1/8 of 1%. I reduced drug costs during my 3rd year. 1/8 of 1%. And that's the first time in 28 years that prices went down. That's right. And I was so proud of that. Remember that?
I was there, yes.
Ladies, and I'd like to just say that prices have gone down 1/8 of 1%, which is the first time in 28 years that prices have gone down for prescription drug prices and other. I was so proud of that. And now I reduced them by 500%. Perhaps that's experience. I always knew that, we were being just absolutely decimated. But, I was hunted. I was the hunter. Now I was the hunted then, and I had to devote a lot of time to that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been too effective. Yeah. If I was out of office, I wouldn't have been. I was hunted by some very bad people. Now I'm the hunter. It's much better when you're the hunter. But these are bad people, and they'll give you no support at all, no matter how good it is. I mean, as an example, I don't know what the numbers are, but if we go to Congress to get something approved, which we get, but you can say that we're going to reduce drug prices by 80%, and we won't get one Democrat vote. I don't know how they get away with it. That's why we call them the Democrats. We have a new name. They're Democrats because they're dumb. They're dumb people, and they just can't do it. I've been waiting so long for them to change, but they just keep losing, and they're going to keep losing with their policies. But we reduce prices by 70-80%, and it's such a big deal. I'd like to ask Olivia Walton, who's here with her very handsome husband, Tom. Thank you, Tom, for being here. Thank you very much. And you're going to speak about maternal health care.
Mr. President, I'm going to introduce Olivia. If you don't want.
Okay,
Before we leave the last topic, it's the leader of EMD Serrano, which makes one of the most important fertility drugs, is here. Just to remind you, because you've been giving different percentages, the Monique's price of getting a product is 1/10 of what it used to be. So 1/10. Forget about percentages. That's an easy number to remember. And the fact that we were paying 10 times more for that same drug in America is embarrassing. It changed under the president, and presidents have known her for a long time. But it takes guts to take on important lobbies.
So why didn't they get it done?
Well, the main reason is they were intimidated. They're scared.
Or incompetent.
Or incompetent. But I've had plenty of conversations with the president when he says he doesn't care, he wants to do the right thing, and this is a good example.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, Katie Britt's husband's here. I just spotted this very large handsome guy. That's a great guy. Okay, go ahead.
So let me speak a little bit about the reality that 1 in 3 Americans are underbabied. What does underbabied mean? That means that you either don't have any children or you have less children than you would normally want to have. And to Katie's point, we have a crisis that's causing our fertility rate to drop below 1.5. The replacement rate is 2.1. So we're way below what we need just to even replace the people that we have in America. And one of the challenges is that rural America, where there's 60 million people, have a mortality rate, maternal mortality rate when they have babies that's about 30% higher than if you live in an urban area. One of the ways the president wanted to address this was creating something in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which is, I think, the most ambitious, fantastic program ever written to help fix the healthcare system. The president saved Medicaid. in the working families tax cut legislation. He also invested with Congress's help, and Senator Britt and her colleagues voted for this of the House, to put in $50 billion into rural health care. That's $10 billion a year for the next 5 years. All the money went out the door on time, and it's being used for incredibly beneficial advances to help Americans living in rural America have babies safely. Your zip code should not determine your mortality rate if you're having a baby. That is going to change. There's a great program in southern Alabama. They call it LA, Lower Alabama.
I love that you know that.
Yes, I've been there. That is allowing us to use these new ultrasound probes now if you don't have an obstetrician in your county, because in many counties in LA, which is Lower Alabama, that is the case. We have states, and all the governors are embraced on this, investing a lot of money training more people to work in rural America, and we're also using telehealth tools. So you have big, sophisticated urban centers adopting smaller facilities and clinics so they can help moms deliver babies wherever they may live. You don't have to drive across state to get there. Now, as great as this all is, and as fantastic as it has been to have 50 governors, in this case, Mr. President, even the Democratic governors are on board. It's such a good offer. It's such a beautiful way of keeping your people healthy that everyone's embraced this program. We still can't do it by ourselves. We have to invest in the American people. We have to have governors and private sector partners that make this happen, as well as, and I hope the Secretary can speak to this in a moment, because MAHA is probably vital to this effort. You have to get moms healthy enough to do the most creative thing the universe knows, which is making babies. So Olivia, maybe you can take the message around the private sector involvement and how you and your family have gotten involved in this and led the way, and maybe we can talk about MAHA afterwards.
Sure, I would love to. And first, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Oz, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy. Thank all of you for making maternal health really a national priority. It's an honor to be here today with all of you. This $50 billion in rural health funds, this really represents a transformative opportunity to invest in maternal health care. And in fact, it's what's given us the confidence to launch Healthy Moms, Healthy Babies America, which is our campaign. It is bipartisan. Dr. Oz is right. Democratic governors across the country are also very interested in doing this. We have a simple goal. We want to cut the U.S. maternal death rate in half in 5 years. That sounds audacious, but I am confident we can do it. I am confident because we have the federal leadership, because President Trump wants to make America the best place to have a baby. I'm confident because we now have this $50 billion, money that's already going out to the states that we can actually leverage to pay for some of this. And I'm confident because honestly, we know how to fix this. The vast majority of infant and maternal death is preventable. We know the solutions. Maternal health is rural health. You heard the numbers from Dr. Oz. I'm here today as a mother from Arkansas. I have 3 young kids. I live in a very rural state, and I'm thrilled to say Governor Sanders is taking maternal health head on and has made some incredible progress. But in rural America, it is hard to have a baby right now. It is hard to get care. We have moms driving for hours to get to the OB. Most moms don't have the time to do that, and a lot of moms don't have the money to do that either. And then after they have the baby, they're not going back for any kind of checkup. For those of you who know, who've had a baby, what's the standard of care? They say, come back in 6 weeks. It's not a good idea. You all know how precarious those precious few weeks are. You need help sooner than that. And by the way, not all this care has to be done by an OB. It can be done with doulas and nurses and midwives, folks in your community. They can work with the doctor. As Dr. Oz said, there is virtual care. The solutions really do exist, and now is the time to get serious about this stuff and scale it. So we are uniting business leaders with policymakers, healthcare providers, faith leaders. We believe there's a great opportunity for faith leaders to play a bigger role in taking care of babies postpartum. And I'm just grateful to be here. I really believe, I know you're meeting with the generals, and we appreciate you keeping our country safe. Investing in maternal health care is the most strategic investment we can make in the future of American prosperity. So thank you.
Hey, Tom, she did very well. What do you think? I'd give her a 10, maybe a 12. I'll give her 12 better. So when is she running for office? You know, the nice thing, I was just listening, as Olivia was saying, she's so respected, and she doesn't need this. She doesn't need to come here and go, and she goes around and checks hospitals and does things. She really doesn't need it at all. She could be doing anything she wants, anything. And I think it's fantastic. And thank you very much.
It's very kind.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Really beautiful. Okay, we have Dr. Fink.
Oh, yes, right here.
Dr. Fink, how are you?
So good to see you.
Nice to see you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your ongoing support of maternal and infant health. We recognize that the health of women and mothers are so deeply interconnected. That's why we launched the Perinatal Improvement Collaborative during the first Trump administration, an effort that has continued to this day to improve health outcomes for moms and babies. Through this nationwide network of hospitals, we are using real data and proven clinical practices to protect mothers and newborns. In the Perinatal Improvement Collaborative hospitals, we have reduced maternal mortality by 41.5%, which is truly incredible. And this is compared with the 5.9% decline in benchmark hospitals over the same period of time. Our goal is to have every hospital in America doing this, and we're thrilled to be partnering with Heartland Forward to make this happen. We really want every woman to have a healthy delivery and a healthy baby, and to make the United States the healthiest place in the world to give birth.
Okay.
Yes, and I'll also add in that you all and the Trump administration have taken historic steps to really strengthen support for American mothers and families. With the launch of moms.gov, we're highlighting all of the policy achievements that both you, President Trump, and Secretary Kennedy have advanced to support moms and babies. Moms.gov is a first-of-its-kind resource that offers all sorts of guidance and information to support the health and well-being of mothers and their families. Moms.gov also really helps support expecting parents who are navigating difficult or unexpected pregnancies. We are committed to supporting women's health throughout motherhood and at every stage of life. Supporting women's health is not just a policy, it's a promise. We know that healthy mothers help build healthy families, and that healthy families build a healthy America. So I want to thank you, Mr. President, Secretary Kennedy, and everyone here for your support of women's health.
Thank you, Doctor, very much.
Thank you.
Well done. It's well done. Dr. Adams, please, about child care.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Mother's Day, we recognize the reality for millions of Americans, and that's child care has become too expensive, too difficult to find, and too disconnected from the needs of working families. For years, Washington's answer has always been the same: more bureaucracy, more mandates, and higher costs for everyone. President Trump, you are taking a different approach. Under your leadership, we're advancing a child care reform package that puts parents back in charge. And we're going to do three primary things. First, we're restoring parental choice. That means bringing faith-based providers back to the table. And it means recognizing the vital role played by home-based providers, relatives, and parents who choose to stay home during the earliest years of their children's lives. Second, we're cutting unnecessary red tape that forced providers to close, limited access to care, and made it harder for working families to find the support they needed. We're moving away from one-size-fits-all federal mandates and instead empowering parents to meet their child's unique needs. And then third, we're strengthening accountability to ensure taxpayer dollars are protected from fraudsters. Under the Biden administration, they essentially backed the Brinks truck up to states and sent the security home. We think Americans deserve better. We will ensure that these funds go to families who truly need support. Our goal is simple: more affordable options, more providers, more choices for parents, and more accountability for taxpayers. Mr. President, your pro-family agenda recognizes a simple truth: strong families build a strong nation. And if I could just add on a personal note, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership, and everybody up here for their leadership on fertility issues. My beautiful baby girl, Emerson, is a product of IVF, and I thank you for your leadership on that issue and sharing the joy of parenthood with many, many more American families. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Doctor. It's great to know. It's been really successful under this administration. And again, Katie, you were so helpful. Bobby, do you have something to say?
Very, very briefly, Mr. President. I just wanted to stress what a huge win for the MAHA movement and for the pro-life movement Moms.gov is. It is one-stop shopping for IVF, for prenatal care, for postnatal care, for nutrition, for baby formula, and of course for Trump RX. We have, as Dr. Oz pointed out, a fertility crisis in this country right now. We just found out that we've dropped out of 1.57%. The replacement rate is 2.1. 100 years ago, we were at 3.27, so more than double what we are today. We are approaching the cataclysmic rates that Japan and China are now experiencing that is threatening their economy. It's a threat not only to our economy, to our national security, it's a direct threat to our Social Security Trust Fund, to the Medicare Trust Fund. President Trump has directed my agency to find out the cause of the fertility crisis, and that is part of this program. We're looking at the impact of metabolic challenges, which directly affect fertility, of obesity, which affects fertility, of endocrine disruptors, of pesticides, of this toxic soup that our young women are walking around today to try to figure it out. The fertility crisis for women began in 2007. For men in 1970, men had twice the sperm count as our teenagers do today. This is an existential crisis for our country. We had a series of presidents that were trying to discourage childbirth and motherhood in this country. We now have a president that is trying to encourage it, and I want to thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you very much, Bobby. And there's another word, autism, that we're very much involved with. And I have my own ideas, but Oz and Bobby and everybody, they're really focused on it very hard. I think in a certain way, I would like you to look at the payment schedules, Bobby, because I think it's very skewed because of the payment schedules. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
We're bringing you some ideas.
I think it
Mr.
has to
President.
be. I think it's crazy. I think that's what's happening. Can't pay more for that to a doctor. I mean, every person around is going to have autism. That's what's happening. So, because I really believe that that's very badly skewed. But more importantly, but I would like that done immediately. But more importantly, I think that some great progress has been made as to why, what is this thing that's happening all over the world, but here, what is it? What's going on? And there has to be something because it spiked so much over the last 10 years. It's spiked over the last 15 years. It's gone up many, many times. And I think it's a very important thing to mention. I mention it all the time, having to do with other subjects, and then I bring in autism. Anything having to do with medical, I always bring in autism. On another topic, we're looking very seriously at natural 7-OH and getting that approved, natural 7-OH. And we'll take a look at that very strongly. I think Oz and everybody, we're looking to see if we can do something there. A lot of people are asking for it. And thank you very much for the work on that. And with that, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, you mentioned that you were at the meeting with the generals on Iran. You rejected a deal from Iran over the weekend. Can you tell us anything about that proposal and what, if any, effort was made to break this deal?
Yeah, it was just unacceptable. A lot of people said, well, does he have a plan? Yeah, of course they do have the best plan ever. I mean, Iran has been defeated militarily, totally. They have a little left. They probably built up during this period of time. We'll knock that out in about a day. But I have a plan. It is a very simple plan. I don't know why you don't say it like it is. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They're very dangerous. They're very volatile. It's a terrible thing that's happened over there. They've killed 42,000 people in the last 2 months. 42,000. At least that's what we know of. 42,000 people. They killed numerous people over the last week, but they killed 42,000 people a month and a half ago. They were unarmed protesters, not at all violent protesters, and they started taking them out, shooting them. So we're not going to let them. That's the plan. People say, what's the plan? The plan is very simple. The blockade, first of all, was a part of military genius, just like Venezuela was military genius. We have the greatest military in the world by far, and we're stocked up with great ammunition. We have much better stuff than we did 2 months ago when we first did the attack, which knocked them for a loop. But very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Can't have it. And if they did have it, the Middle East would be gone, Israel would be gone, and they'd hit Europe probably next. We're doing a service to the world. And this has gone on for 47 years. Other presidents and leaders of other countries that have the power should have done it, but they didn't do it. But it's a very simple plan. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't want to go that far. If you can believe it, they didn't. How stupid. Are they stupid people? They didn't want to believe it. They think that, well, I'll get tired of this, or I'll get bored, or I'll have some pressure. But there's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. We're going to have a complete victory. We've already, in theory, had a complete victory from the military standpoint. The military, look, their Navy is dead. They have 159 ships. Right now they have 0, other than the little speedboats that go around that got taken out 8 a day by us. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably put the shoulder jobs into service over the last 3 weeks, probably. But essentially, they have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. And frankly, their leaders have been killed at the first level, second level, and half at the third level. And then they come back and they want to negotiate, and they give us it's a stupid proposal. And nobody would take it, although Obama would have taken it, Biden would have taken it. What they took was far worse. So we stopped them twice. We stopped them when I terminated the worst deal probably ever made in the history of our country in terms of defense. That was the Iran nuclear deal by penned by Barack Hussein Obama. That would have given Iran a nuclear weapon within a year. They would have had it years ago. I terminated that in my first term. And then when that beautiful plane right there hit them hard, we really hit them hard. And they told me, I want to just tell you this because they like to say, oh, well, maybe it wasn't that hard a hit. Iran told me very strongly, because they intend to give us the nuclear dust, as I call it. It's easier than talking about other terms because it's a term everyone knows. But the nuclear dust, which is what we hit, they told me, number one, you're getting it, but you're going to have to take it out because the site was so obliterated that there's only 1 or 2 countries in the world that could get it. It's so deep and got hit so hard that there's no way they have the equipment to move it. You and China are the only 2 countries in the world that could take it out. So we talked about it, and they said, you'll have to take it out because we don't have the capability of doing it. So for those people that like to say that those great pilots in those great planes, well, we just ordered 22 more of them, new and improved, that those great pilots didn't do their job. They did their job. At 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, every single bomb hit its targets. And then, as you know, we shot some incredible things that nobody else has. Nobody has a military like we have. We shot the Tomahawks from a submarine 200 miles away, and that went on top of it. But every one of those, including the Tomahawks, every one of those weapons and shots hit perfectly. And they said to me, just to put it on the record, they said to me, there are only 2 countries in the entire world that could ever get that stuff out of there because we don't have the equipment and nobody else. They said China and the United States. So I just want to let you know, those pilots did an unbelievable job, very dangerous job at 1 o'clock in the morning. Think of it, no moon, no nothing. We had no light, purposely. And every single one of those bombs were right down an air chute in a granite mountain that exploded. And they are unable to get it, even if they wanted to. But we're not going to take a chance, so that's part of the deal.
So, sir, you said President agreed to allow the removal of all their enriched uranium?
Yeah. Well, they did 2 days ago. They didn't, okay? They did 2 days ago. They said, you're going to have to take it. We were going to go with them. But they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper. So when they sent us this document that we waited 4 days for, that should have taken 10 minutes to do, look, very simple. We get that. They guarantee no nuclear weapons for a very long period of time, and a couple of other minor things, but they just can't get there. So they agree with us, and then they take it back. But they said to us that it was so badly obliterated, it was the word they actually used, that was my original word, then it got challenged by some of the fake news, and it wasn't challenged with any knowledge, it was just challenged like they were hoping that this wouldn't have been so successful. No, it was obliterated. We have the greatest military in the world. I built it largely in my first term, and I didn't know I'd be using it quite this much in my second term. But very simply, when they say, does he have a plan? Yeah, I have a plan. The plan is very simple. You know, in war you have to change, you have to be flexible, you have a lot of plans, but you have to do different plans in different days. But I have a great plan. But the plan is they cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't say that in their letter.
Mr. President, given the leadership changes that you've talked about in Iran, is this still a leadership that you believe you can negotiate with and ultimately reach a peace deal with?
Well, you have two. You have the moderates and you have the lunatics. And I think the moderates are more respected. The lunatics want to fight till the end. It'll be a very quick fight. But I call them. You have, just like our country, we have lunatics too. I call them lunatics. I call them stupid people too. But in Iran, they have the moderates and dying to make a deal, and then you have the lunatics, and I guess they're a little bit afraid of the lunatics, but and why not? The level of ferocity for protest, the people are watching it. They want to go out on the streets. They have no weapons. They have no guns. We thought the Kurds were going to give us weapons, but the Kurds disappointed us. The Kurds take. They have a great reputation in Congress. Congress says, oh, they fight so hard. No, they fight hard when they get paid. So I'm very disappointed in the Kurds. But they were given, I said it wasn't going to work, by the way. I just have to say it. I disagreed with what they did. They gave it. I said, they'll never get there. And I was right. I like to be right. In this case, too bad. But we sent some guns with ammunition. And they were supposed to be delivered, but they kept it. I said they're going to keep it, but what do I know? I've only been doing this a short period of time. What do I know?
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place?
What?
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place?
It's unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. And Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Daniel, go ahead.
Yep.
One of the best reporters in Washington.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Oz referenced this a little early. 2 questions on healthcare, if I can. The Council of Economic Advisors released a report saying that the most favored nation drug deals will generate about $529 billion in domestic savings over the next 10 years across all markets. How transformative are these deals?
And makes people better.
Yeah, it does. How transformative are these deals for millions of Americans? And do you believe that the most favored nation drug deals are the Republicans' golden ticket to the midterms?
I think the Republicans should walk away with the midterms. Now, typically, whoever is president, they vote the other way. Nobody knows this. Do we have a psychiatrist in the group? Nobody knows why, because I think we've had the best president. A lot of people have said, even some radical left lunatics have said that we've had the best presidency, the best first year of any president. Look, I stopped 8 wars, got the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, all the things we've done, so many, like all of this that we've done. Medically, we've done so much. We did a thing called Right to Try in my first, and I could never understand it when I was a civilian, which wasn't so long ago. I haven't been doing it that long, but I always used to marvel at the fact that if they had a great drug and it had to go through the FDA, and the FDA guarded it and said you can't use it, and if a person was terminally ill and the drug was showing great promise, the person's terminally ill, they wouldn't give it to the person because they didn't want to hurt the person. And I said, well, we need something of that. And it was very important to me, and I had no idea it would be so hard to get, but we got it in total. We got it in full. It's called Right to Try. That if you're terminally ill, you have the right to try a drug that has not gone even anywhere near final. If it shows even a little promise, and we've saved thousands of lives. It was very hard to get because the insurance companies didn't want it, the doctors didn't want it, because the doctors didn't want to be blamed. The drug companies didn't want it, because if it didn't work, they didn't want it on their record. So what we did is we said, we're not going to count it on your record. If somebody's terminally ill and they take the drug, it doesn't work, we're not going to count it on your record. We'll have another record, a little smaller one that not a lot of people look at, but we're not going to count it on your record. So Right to Try has been one of the great successes. Again, nobody talks about it. We've saved thousands of lives, but you know what is maybe even more important? we've learned very quickly that some drugs work and some drugs don't. In other words, some drugs take a person who's terminally ill, and there are numerous cases, and without waiting 7 years, 10 years, by the way, we think we've cut it in half, but you do need a period of time. Without waiting many, many years, we know the drug works because we've taken people that were dead. We had a person given the last rites, gone. The kids are crying, and started them on this drug, and the person became better. It works, you know, and some don't work. But you learn really fast. It's called the ultimate test, I think, right? You know, they test all these things. They use animals all over the place. They use everything to test. The person's going to die. So they didn't want it because they didn't want to be sued for, you know, the drug companies didn't want to be sued if it didn't work. The country didn't want to be sued. So I got everybody into a room, and I said, we're going to do this, but if anybody uses it, they have to sign a document. They sign a very strong document that they're not going to sue the doctor, they're not going to sue the country, they're not going to sue the manufacturer, the pharmaceutical company, they're not going to sue anybody, but we're going to give it a shot. It has been, right to try, it's been so successful. It's been amazing. Nobody talks about it, but everyone knows how successful.
Mr. President, there was a young man that we visited on, actually in Los Angeles, who was taking advantage of this program. Katie actually spoke to him by phone. It's from Alabama. That he reached out to you directly, and this is the same program that benefited him. And just to put numbers on the Council of Economic Advisors, it's between 500 and whatever it was, 30 million that you said, and $700 billion in savings. So we estimate at $600 billion in total savings, and the impact on the American people, Mr. President, is 1 in 3 Americans leave a drugstore without their medication because they can't afford it. Even though they got a doctor's prescription, they know they can make a difference in their lives. That will no longer happen with the most favored nation drug pricing. And we're giving drugs like which, as you call it, the fat shot, the weight loss drugs to all beneficiaries of Medicare. Every senior in America can get them for $50 starting on July 1st. These are just inconceivably good prices, and they're so good, in fact, that we actually save the taxpayer money by reducing the downstream effects of obesity, diabetes, and hypertension. Mr. President, all possible because you took brave action. And again, the quick question we should be asking ourselves is why didn't this happen a decade ago? Katie, what do you think about that young man?
That he has a new lease on hope, and it's because of you. I talked to his parents, and they said, we feel so good about our country that we literally have the president and Dr. Oz and Secretary Kennedy doing everything possible to give our son a fighting chance. They said before, no one was listening, but you, Mr. President, took action. And Will Roberts, he is such a great young man.
Well, right
He's
to try
inspired
is,
so many people.
Nobody talks about
We're
it.
with him.
Thousands of people, but it's also like this incredible laboratory of people that they're finished, they're terminally ill, they're not going to live, and we weren't given. And this went on for years. This went on. Madam Secretary, you're doing such a good job with prices, agriculture. How's the beef doing? We got to get the beef down.
We're working on it.
It's the only thing, we got to get the beef down. But
it's becoming more affordable.
This was so incredible because. And I marveled at it for 30 years and say, why? I'd have friends that were terminally ill. You'd meet people. They were really in bad shape. They weren't going to make it. And they couldn't get a drug that looked like it was going to work. They couldn't get it. They asked me to get it. You have contacts. Could you get it? You couldn't get it. You go to jail if you get it. And they're going to die. They'd die 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later. And we're saving a lot of people that were gone, that were terminally ill. And what we're doing is producing almost immediately. You can almost immediately approve these drugs. But it was very, look, legally it was a disaster because everybody would be sued. The problem is somebody would die, and then they blame the drug, and then the drug company gets sued, the doctors, the country gets sued. A member of the family goes crazy, and you're settling for millions of dollars because you killed somebody that was going to be dead in 2 weeks. So I did that. And I'm very proud of it. The other thing, doctor mentioned the fat drug. So think of it, $87 it would sell in London and $1,300 in New York for the exact same box made, I won't name the company, made by the same company in the same facility. $87 in London, $87 in Heidelberg, $87 in Paris, $1,370 in New York. And this went on for a long time. And I will say, you know, he could be a famous guy. He's begging me not to release his name. He's a very highly neurotic, very fat, sort of a fat slob, I would call him. But he's a brilliant man. We know many of those people. He's a brilliant guy, actually. But he said, President, what the hell's going on here? He didn't need the money. He's rich as hell. But he just couldn't understand why he had to pay so little in London. He went to London, and he couldn't understand it. He said, this is crazy. And it actually motivated me in a certain way because he was very smart. He did a study. He actually sent his people, and he traced this medicine, and he found out it was the box here is the same box as he had in New York. It was made in the same plant, and it cost 10 times more here than it did in London. And that there are worse stories than that. And I said, that's it. It's over. We're going to do it. That got me really motivated. He's begging me not to release his name because he is a well-known person, and I so destroyed his reputation in terms of his physicality that he just doesn't want me. I said, you've had a big impact on medicine because you got to be better than any normal person could have, He said, no, I don't want to. Okay, yeah, please. Yeah.
What do you hope to get out of the summit in China, and how much has the war in Iran changed the agenda?
Look, I have a great relationship with President Xi. We're doing a lot of business, but it's smart business. We used to be taken advantage of for years with our previous presidents, and now we're doing great with China. We make a lot of money with China. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and I think you can see that with the fact that in Hormuz, they get a big percentage, 40% of their oil from Hormuz. There's been no ships coming in, no nasty ships coming in that we end up in skirmishes with. He'd like to see it get done. He doesn't want to see, I'll tell you what, look, I respect him a lot, and hopefully he respects me. He didn't respect our previous government, that I can tell you. The guy couldn't talk. It was ridiculous how that ever happened. Our country was hurt so badly the last 4 years. I say it all the time. It was the king of Saudi Arabia, but everybody says we were a dead country a year and a half ago, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And you know that better than anybody. You see that. Olivia sees that. You see it in the numbers. Look at the numbers. Look at the stock market. The stock market is now higher than it was when this war started. So I thought that would go down 20-25%. It was fine. I'm willing to say terrible expression. Take a bullet. It's a terrible expression, especially when it's used by me. But I am. I'm willing to take a bullet for the country. And I said, look, the stock market's going to go down, but we're going to have a threat of lunatics having a nuclear weapon. I deal with them. I say it to them. I say, you people are crazy. I deal with them. They talk differently. I say, you're crazy. You're crazy people. You're nuts. You're not having a nuclear weapon. They think they can talk me into it, and they don't do very well with it. But they know how I feel. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would use it within an hour after getting it. If the Obama deal wasn't terminated by me, they would have had it 6 years ago. And they would have used it immediately on Israel and also the rest of the Middle East. You saw that when they started shooting rockets. Nobody thought Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE were going to get hit, or Kuwait, Bahrain. I think it was a tremendous strategic mistake, and they wasted those missiles. We have the Patriots that knocked them down every time. I told the story. We were shot at one of our great assets, happened to be a ship, great ship. 111 missiles going at very high rates of speed, sophisticated equipment. And that's all they did is build missiles, thousands of missiles. Who does this except for people that are looking for trouble? We had 111 shot at one of our ships over a very short period of time. Out of 111 missiles going at 3,000 miles an hour, all 111 missiles were knocked down into the ocean long prior to arriving at the target. And the coolest guys are the guys that do this. They're not brawn, they're brain. They sit there, missile shot. You got to see it happening. Missiles coming. They got like about 13 seconds to make a decision. It's not like, gee, let's figure it out. They make a wrong calculation. You lose some a lot of men, and a lot of $1 billion times 10 ships. So, but there's a level of coolness that missile shot meant they'd look, ba 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 ba, and you know they're going, heading 47 degrees north, 1,300 feet, going 3,000 miles an hour. Okay, we have it in our sight. Fire, boom. 10 seconds there. Let me tell you, they need smart people. These people are smart. And they're so smart that they're cool. You know, under the calculations, for some people are very tough. For other people, not so tough. There's, you know, about 1%. There's not too many. There's not too many people around like that. I say, a lot of times I'll call these gunners because they're phenomenal geniuses. You know, where did you go to school? I went to MIT. Where did you go to school? I went to the best schools. Smart. Got to be smart. We have the greatest military in the world. Okay.
Just Mr. President, back to motherhood. Your one big beautiful bill.
I like that. Because this is about motherhood, not about the beautiful country of Iran. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you all for being here. Your one big beautiful bill defunded Planned Parenthood for 1 year, but that expires on this July 4th. Would you like Congress to use reconciliation?
Well, we'll see what happens. Congress is now negotiating. We've been very good for the people that want it, for the people that are here, and we'll see how that goes. It's been a very thorny, to put it mildly, it's been a very thorny issue. It's all under negotiation right now. Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to see that defund continue?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What do you think about the handling of the hantavirus by the U.S.?
I think fine.
Do you regret withdrawing from the WHO, given that?
No, I'm glad. So we were paying the World Health Organization $500 million a year. Look, it's a lot of money, but in the overall scope, it's not that much, but it's a lot of money. And we weren't being treated well, and they were making the wrong diagnoses. I was the one that said it came from Wuhan. They didn't say that. They refused to say that because they were totally owned by China. So I was saying it came from Wuhan. They didn't want to say that. Now it's turned out, I think it's been conclusive that it came from Wuhan. But I said that on the first day because I saw satellite pictures with body bags all over Wuhan. Literally all over Wuhan. So I said that they lied to me or they didn't know. So we were paying for, let's say, 350 million people. We were paying $500 million a year to the World Health Organization. That's a lot of money. What the hell are they going to do with that kind of money? And China was paying $39 million a year for 1.4 billion people. So I said, you know, you got your story wrong because we should be paying about $10 million, not $500 million. And they were willing to negotiate, but it was so popular when I pulled out. They gave us all wrong information. On COVID, they were totally wrong. And I looked today and I saw the same doctor that was there. He's a good politician. I don't know how the hell he kept his job, but he was there telling us about this. Now, the one thing with this one is that it's much harder to catch. And we've had it for a long, it's been around for a long time. People are very familiar with it. So, you know, I hope it's fine. All I can do is everything that a president can do, which is actually somewhat limited. But it seems like it is not easy to spread. In fact, it's in certain ways very hard to spread. It's been, we've lived with it for years, many years. And we think we're in very good shape. We're very careful. And Nebraska has done a fantastic job. They have a place there that those doctors are unbelievable, the job they've done. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, are you going to suspend the federal gas tax?
Yeah, I'm going to reduce until let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock. Going to be dropping down like a rock. I mean, already, look, just on the basis of, you know, things have happened. When it first came about, 20% of the oil came out of Hormuz. That's a lot. But, you know, with time, it's like they go into Texas, They go into Louisiana. They go into Alaska. A lot of Alaska. Alaska is, sort of, it seems like very far away from Asia, but it's actually a relatively short trip by comparison to other locations they have to go to get oil. And they go into Alaska. In fact, our big problem is we're building bigger docking to fill up. But we've become very big on the filling station. We're a big filling station. And what's happening is, when people heard about losing Hormuz, they said, oh, it's genius. They're finding other locations. And some of those people, I spoke to them, companies and countries, some of those people are going to continue to go to Texas. They like it better. They said it's an extra 45 minutes. They like it better. And it's sort of amazing, it found its way. So a lot of people thought oil would go to $250, $300. It's not. I mean, today it's at less than 100. Think of that. Now, when this ends, you're going to see it drop like a rock.
How long are you going to suspend that tax for then?
Till it's appropriate, yeah. It's a small percentage, but it's still money.
Mr. President, do you still believe a diplomatic solution is possible with Iran, or do you only have military options left?
No, I think it's very possible. Look, I've had to deal with them 4 or 5 times. They change their mind. They're very dishonorable people. The leadership. Don't forget it's the 3rd level. The 1st level is gone. They were unreasonable. The 2nd level was more reasonable. The 3rd level, nobody wants to be president, They say, who wants to be president? There's nobody raises their hand, But they change their mind. I've had that in business many times. The mind changes, you call them. These people that you make a deal, and then the next day they send you a document that takes 5 days to get there when it should have been there in 20 minutes. It's a pretty simple document. They will never have a nuclear weapon, yeah?
Thank you, sir. I was speaking with Claire Lai this morning. She's the daughter of Jimmy Lai, and she told me that she's been praying and hoping that you'll be the one that brings her dad home. She says of any administration, she thinks you're the one that could do it. Do you think you
Jimmy
can?
Lai?
Jimmy Lai's daughter.
And there's another gentleman, a minister, pastor, as you know. I'll bring them both up. I brought it up before. Jimmy Lai I brought up. The other one I just heard about this morning, actually. And I do bring that up. We've gotten, I don't know if you've been reading, John Cole, who's a great lawyer. He was a tobacco lawyer. He's great guy. I won't say he's an older guy because he may be offended by that, but he is. He's a little older. And he's a wise man, actually. Made a fortune with the tobacco. He did the first tobacco lawsuit. And he's a great man. And he's brought back hundreds of people out of various Belarus, you read about that. We had, and the leader has been fantastic. But somebody has to ask him. Biden never asked, we asked. And we're getting hundreds of people out of confinement and prisons that shouldn't be there, and hundreds, and many of them aren't even citizens of the United States. They're people that have been captured in some form, ministers, and people that are really innocent people, and they're being held captive. And I bring up Jimmy Lai. Now, Jimmy Lai, he caused a lot of bedlam. I don't know. It's like saying to me, if Comey ever went to jail, would you let him out? It might be a hard one for me. Does that make sense? It might be a hard one to me, because he's a dirty cop. But Jimmy Lai isn't that way. But Jimmy Lai, he caused lots of turmoil for China. He tried to do the right thing. He wasn't successful, went to jail, and people would like him out, and I'd like to see him get out too. So I'll bring him up again. I have brought him up. There's another gentleman, a pastor, as you know, with a beautiful daughter and son-in-law that would like to see him get out. I'm going to bring his name up.
Mr. President, what about Taiwan? Do you expect Taiwan to come up in your negotiations?
Yeah, it always comes up. It always comes up. It's. I used to say Ukraine would. 4 years you never even heard the word Ukraine. It was never going to happen, and it was handled so badly. Ukraine should have never come up. They lost last month 25,000 soldiers, both sides. 25,000. They're losing on average 25,000 soldiers. It's like a meat grinder. It's horrible what's happening. That would have never happened had the election not been rigged. That would have never happened. And Putin and I would talk about it, but there was never any, he would have never done it. Taiwan, I equated a little bit to that. If you have the right president, I don't think it'll happen. I think we'll be fine. I have a very good relationship with President Xi. He knows I don't want that to happen. Very far away, very, very far away. We're just at 9,500 miles. You know, we're 9,500 miles. He's 67 miles. It's a little bit of a difference, but you know, there's a lot of support for Taiwan from Japan and from countries from that area.
Do you think we should still be selling them weapons? The United States should
Well, I'm going to have that
weapons?
discussion with President Xi. President Xi would like us not to, and I'll have that discussion. That's one of the many things I'll be talking about. We'll have a, you know, he and I have gotten along well. Other than with COVID, I was not. I was just not accepting of what happened with COVID. But other than that, he and I have had. He's a great gentleman. I find him to be an amazing man. And when I say that, the press always says, "Oh, that's terrible that he called him." You know, he runs 1.4 billion people with a pretty iron fist. He loves his country. I can tell you that, President Xi. I look forward to being there. And if he felt anything, we wouldn't be doing it. But a lot of good things can happen. Now, we'll be talking about, I mean, he'll bring up Taiwan, I think, more than I will. But I think that a discussion will be a little bit about energy and about the very beautiful country of Iran.
Mr. President.
And by the way, Iran is a beautiful country, but it's got people running it now that shouldn't be there, perhaps. Yeah.
Mr. President, just a couple questions. Outside of these amazing benefits from employers for IVF, there are a lot of women out there who either they work part-time or they self-pay for health insurance. Is there an option for cheaper IVF for those women?
And what would you like to know?
For IVF, bring it down to the cost that's associated.
I don't know. Olivia, could you answer that question, please?
We're trying to
We're
make
putting her through a little training here, Tom. Let's see whether or not she's got it. I have no doubt she does. Go ahead.
Just a softball from the president. At Healthy Moms, Healthy Babies America.
Let's give this one to Olivia.
We are focused on making America the safest and best place to have a baby. The IVF question, I think you probably be better hit by Senator Britt and Dr. Fink and others.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is obviously make sure that people have greater access and the affordability goes down. We did that obviously with what you saw from the president last year and the two different announcements he made. We've seen, over, thousands of people have more access with regards to affordability. I think we've saved about $15 million, but we know that this is going to go up to the tunes of billions of dollars with what we're doing here. With being able to allow employers to do this, we think it will ultimately drive down to each and every person. So that is the point. The more that people are able, and we want to get, as Secretary Kennedy said, we want to get to root causes as well. So we want to make sure that we are treating the entire issue, not just putting a Band-Aid on it and moving on. We want people who want to bring life into the world to have that opportunity. We do believe that this will do that. So a combination of allowing this to be available, but then also the affordability element. I think it's down, as he said, some of these drugs down 80% from a year ago, some down 40% over a year ago. So it's a really exciting time, and we do think that this will ultimately be able to reach all Americans.
But a lot of people don't realize it's available. I spoke to people, they don't know about the Trump, they don't know about any of these things that, where you're saving so much money, where they can actually afford it. When you get prices down to just a tiny fraction of what they used to be, that's one of the reasons I don't need it for myself. I get enough publicity. But I needed to inform the public. A lot of people, like your question's a good question, but a lot of people don't know IVF and so many other things that could help them, that they assume it's so expensive it's not within their price range and they're not going to be able to afford it or even think about it. And then they hear about these numbers. And in addition, there's some help that we give them beyond even the low numbers.
Mr. President, only 1 in 3 Americans know what TrumpRx.gov does. It would be a great service. I know he kids you a lot about this not getting reported on appropriately, but there is no excuse to buy a drug in America and not check TrumpRx.gov just to make sure you're getting the best price. Think of it as a transparency site. And sir, we've got tens of millions of people who are going to it, but there's hundreds of millions of Americans. So we have got to get Americans to realize. You mentioned fertility. Fertility drugs are probably a third of the cost of the entire process. For those to drop by 90% dramatically changes the equation. And there are private companies who are now taking advantage of the whole group of individuals who can get access to fertility medications and the treatments that go with them. And as the services get better, we make them more affordable, we'll have more Trump babies.
Yeah, and we hope that that lays the groundwork there so that anyone has an ability to receive these. And also remember, this is all on moms.gov as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing we're trying to do is make sure that we are pushing people to all of these resources, because when you either want to have a child or you find out you have a child, sometimes that's a very exciting thing. Sometimes, you're a little overwhelmed. We want all of those resources to be in one spot so that we can help these women in their journey to motherhood.
And when people hear how inexpensive it is relative, they can't even think about it. Now all of a sudden they say, I can afford that. And they get help also in affording it. There are ways of getting help to afford even those low prices. How about one more last question, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. What do you say to infectious diseases experts who say they are worried the country may not be prepared to deal with something like hantavirus because of all the HHS, funding and staffing cuts?
Well, I think we take care of that. Do you want to answer that?
It's just not true. Jay Bhattacharya has taken this task on. Secretary Kennedy is involved with them. You can speak to perhaps even better than, frankly, best in the room. But the country is prepared, and the CDC is focused on it, and the agency is well aware of the opportunities to actually treat this problem, not just try to prevent it in the future, but treat it if it happens now. Secretary?
Yeah, I mean, we've had CDC teams on it from day one. I was speaking with the University of Nebraska since the second day of the outbreak. I was speaking with Governor Billen of Nebraska. We had a CDC team at Tenerife. We had airplanes ready to take the patients, the 17 patients, off the vessel and transport. 2 of them went to Atlanta. One of those was symptomatic. They're in a biocontainment lab in Atlanta. The other 16 are now in Nebraska. One of them is symptomatic. He is in the biocontainment lab. The other ones are being tested and supervised and given plans for going home. We have this under control, and we're not worried about it.
But the CDC took 4 days after the WHO issued its, alert. Why was it? Why did it take the US 4 days to issue an alert?
It's not true. As soon as we determined that the virus was out there, we issued an alert. The alert means nothing.
They acted very quickly. I saw the alert. Give me a break. They acted very, very quickly, and it looks like, and can't bet anybody's life on it, but it looks like it's just a disease that we've had around in a very small way for a long time. Not a good one to catch because, it's a very severe disease if you catch it, but it's very hard to catch. Daniel, did you have a question?
One last one. Senator Burt mentioned the website moms.gov. One of the policies that's on there are the Trump accounts, right? They're getting ready to go live this summer. When you speak to young parents, this is one of the policies they repeatedly bring up about how impactful it will be for them. Can you just talk about why Americans need to know about this and how important it is for younger parents to give their kids a head start?
So we've done more for young parents. I guess it's the way you could say it. It's a great, beautiful term. But we've done more for young parents than any administration ever in history, and we're going to continue to do so. This is, look at the people up here. They're all like brilliant. I'm one of the young ones, I'm a similar age to all of you. Very similar. I feel the same as them. I actually feel more so. I don't know what this is. I feel the same as I did 50 years ago. Yeah. It's crazy. Someday there'll be a day when that won't happen. I'll let Bobby and Oz know. It's not quite the same, but I feel literally the same. I don't know why. It's not because I eat the best foods. Maybe they are the best foods. Who knows what the best foods are? Maybe junk food is good and the other food is no good. I know people that eat the best food. They go to a restaurant, they have celery, and I don't want, and I'll have steak and everything else. And I say, "How you doing?" Well, it's over for me at a young age. And all they do is watch it. I know many, many people that all they do is watch their weight, their this, their that, and they kick the bucket. And here we are. I feel great. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good time.
Thank you, Press.
Pulitzer Prize.
Thank you, Press.
Well, Mr. Left Foot Louie, since you like to troll me so much every single day, why don't you call me? Troll me. Troll me and give me some facts. I want people to hear how retarded you sound when you call on the phone. Give me a call. I'm sure you still got the number. Call in and show everybody how retarded you actually are. Now, if you are new to my channel, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing if you actually like the content. Just so you know, if you are new here, I am a migrant that came from Honduras at the age of 13. We waited 10 years for this trip to be able to be possible. I have followed the laws. I've never been illegal in this country. And I became an American citizen after 20 and a half years. And I'm very, very happy that that has taken that long. Actually, 25 and a half, I think. Yeah, 25 and a half years. And I love this country. Unlike other entitled, some Americans, most of them are probably from other countries that come into our conservative channel that hate MAGA. You see how easily they get triggered by having the Gulf of America hat on. Which is interesting is that I actually wear this hat outside. Some people give me a look and other people just laugh. But that is just a freedom of expression. And I find it very interesting. If you are American and this bothers you, something is wrong with your brain. You have to acknowledge that. You have to really understand that, okay? Something is not right up here in your head if me showing my freedom of speech is bothering you that much. I see people that still drive with the Herrera sticker in their car. I just laugh, but I don't hate them. Yeah, they still drive with the Sleepy Joe sticker on there. Listen, I just laugh, but I don't hate them. I don't go over there and be like, oh my God, let me get this sticker off this car. How dare he? No, you can say whatever you want. You can express yourself however you want. Just do me a favor. Just don't be disrespectful. If you have a conversation with me, fantastic. I'm not going to be cursing you out. But if you treat me like a moron, I'm going to treat you right back like a moron. If you treat me with respect, I am going to treat you right back with respect. That's just the way the world works. The world works. And if you want to have a conversation here or even ask for a debate, first you need to learn how to gain favor from people. And the way you don't do that is by insulting people on the chat. That's just not how it works. Now, for those of you who don't like President Donald Trump, I'm sorry to tell you, we got more President Trump. Oh, man. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Got it ready for you. I don't know how long this one is going to be, but yes, we're going to continue. Trump has gone outside now to enjoy a little bit of vitamin E and some sun from nature. So if you come in here, you tell me that I'm a keyboard warrior. First of all, if you don't know what that means, it means that nobody can see you or hear you, and you are hiding in your mom's basement, making all these tough comments with your keyboard, yet nobody knows who the hell you are. That's a keyboard warrior, okay? Here, you can see my face. You hear my voice. I go out on the street. People see me sometimes. I don't like to go out too much, but when I do, I show you and I take you with me sometimes. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get to the second half of our beautiful POTUS talking. Now, guys, I will say this. I will ask you to please just ignore the trolling. Let these guys be miserable with themselves. If they love themselves, they will show it, but they don't. They hate themselves so much they don't know what to do with themselves. They don't know what. They don't know how to be happy. They don't know what joy means. They don't know what being free really means, because they are slaves in their own body, in their own mind. They live with this Trump derangement syndrome, and now they live with the TDKS HSS syndrome as well. And it is what it is. We're just gonna tell the truth no matter what. I will say this: I feel very special that I have, even though it's just a few. I feel very special that I have a great team with me that thinks the way I do. Big shout out to Brian. I know he's working hard right now. And man, God bless you and your family, big bro. To my man, Jason Beatrice, Jason Martin, all of you guys, Sandra, Texas Jane, all you people, whether you are a member of my channel or not, don't think that I don't realize what you do when you come on my channel. Big Cool Cat Renee, he is a friend of mine for many months now. He's down in South Cal, and I appreciate him when he comes in here. Some of you guys that I, don't interact too much with, I apologize. I don't remember. But you know what? I do know Mr. Mikey. Thank you so much. You finally pulled the trigger, became a member. I have one of my good Washingtonian friends here that I am so happy that I'm going to meet in person here next Saturday. Thank you so much, Don. It means a lot to me. I think that there is a lot of people out there that are losing hope for Washington State, but I really hope that we can connect and that we can spread the same spirit of fighting still yet for Washington State to be great. I don't pretend to have all the answers, and in all honesty, I don't think that I'm going to win the governor's seat because of my own will, but I can tell you this: it's God's will. If it's God's will, I will be governor. And I receive it right now, and I accept it right now. And we're going to be ready to do a tremendous job. I really believe on getting the people involved. Like, I really want to bring people, like Bob Ferguson, he's trying to get rid of the election for sheriffs. They want to be able to put the sheriff that's going to do whatever the hell they want, not what the people need. They want to be able to silence our votes. They want to silence our voice by removing our right to vote, which is very unconstitutional of those two things. Not only that, but they are such communists, and they can't even hide their true colors, that they're out there. They're actually censoring the media. If you don't ask them the questions that they like, they remove your pass. There is a good friend of mine that I met at one of these events for getting men's out of women's sports. Her name is Brandy Cruz. She is an awesome investigative journalist. She's an awesome person. And, she has been revoked from asking real questions that legacy leftist media doesn't want to ask. I also want to give a big shout out to Common News 4, because they actually ask some of the tough questions. I wish that KCPQ 13 will push harder on these issues. I wish that Cairo 7 will push harder on these issues. I wish that King 5 will also push harder on the truth instead of catering to these Democrats that we are having in office pretending to be real Democrats. This communist, socialist, Marxist Democrats are destroying Washington State one day at a time, and we need to bring solutions. We need to bring a tough hand that's going to bring equality for all groups, not just one side, not just the Christian, not just the LGBTQ, not just the gays. As a matter of fact, I think that we need to fight harder to make sure that true religions are actually practiced here. I don't believe practicing Muslim is a true religion that actually is a spiritual thing to try, because these people are hateful. They support pedophiles. They support adults, grown-ass men, 50-plus years old, marrying 7-year-olds, 9-year-olds. They really defend pedophilia, and I am against that. So guess what? We are going to still have the freedom of religion, but there is going to be an amendment to that right. And don't worry, when the time is right, God will give me the right words to put on that amendment. And I hope that the legislative Congress and the senators, they all listen to that, because we really need to make sure that our states are protected. It is not the President Trump's responsibility to do everything. We are the stewardess of our states, and as those, we need to make sure we do the job that we need to do, not just blame the president for our failures. We need to be held accountable for everything that we do. Whether we fail or whether we do everything the right way or not, we need to be acknowledging that it's not President Trump's fault. that something is not working out. I really will ask President Trump if we can please stop collecting federal taxes on gas, and I would have signed up an executive order already to stop collecting any climate money out. That's about 55 cents per gallon. They're charging 55 cents for taxing. There is regulations that are put on the oil companies. There's all this money that gets put on, and it all comes down to the consumers. People that come into my channel want to come in and bitch and complain about gas prices. Yes, gas prices will be higher because of what we're doing with Iran, but this is the right thing to do, and those prices are temporary. But in the meantime, I noticed that socialist Democrats with this leftist lip-turn mentality don't understand is that taxes and regulations that are put by a local government, in this case the governor and mayors in the states and all the people that are in state power, political views, Congress, legislation, senators, etc., all of these people are responsible for those permanent taxes. You, the people here in Washington State, have the right to vote if a tax is to pass. It is a Washington Constitution that we get, a Washington Constitution right that we get to choose if we get a higher sales tax, if we get a new tax introduced into our state. And when we vote no and the government goes behind your back to do this, that is tyranny. That is communism. It is unconstitutional, and they should be in jail for treason. With that being said, if the right people were in power, our country would be so much wealthier today. And yes, I will run for governor in 2 years. 2028 will be the year that we're going to run for change. With that being said, let's go ahead and get to our second live here with President Trump.
Guys, they can play. They can play. And they were a little underestimated. But I just said, but not anymore. They're not underestimated anymore. They were incredible talents. So today it's my great honor to welcome the 2025 college football national champions, the Indiana University Hoosiers. And I want to say that JD's right over here. He likes Indiana. We won Indiana by a lot. It always helps when you win it by a lot. I think we won them all by a lot. You want to know the truth, but they just forgot to put that down. But we won by a lot. We just had a big victory. We beat 7 out of 8 candidates that were running against Trump. That was good. And the only reason we lost the other one is there had 2 people running. They split up the vote. I can't believe I let that happen. But we're joined today by Vice President J.D. Vance. He's fantastic. J.D., stand up for a second, will you? And his sons, Ewan and Vivek, as well as Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. Doug, great secretary. We're doing now the reflective pond, and we saved about $600 million or something. It's going to be beautiful. It'll open about 2 weeks, and it's going to be incredible. They've been trying to get it open for years. They had no idea what they were doing, but we know how to do it, Doug. And it took us 2 weeks versus the projected 4 years. People would not understand it, but you've done a fantastic job. Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Brooke, thank you. Get those prices down. They're coming down. I see prices. We inherited the worst inflation in history. She's getting the prices down big. Thanks, Brooke. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, doing a wonderful job. Thank you, Howard. Acting Secretary of Labor, Keith Sonderling. Thank you, Keith. Good job. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. Supposed to be the best in the business. Well, you know what? I figured it would triple when we did. We had to make an excursion to the beautiful country of Iran. We didn't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. And we made the right decision, and we've got it pretty good. And those prices are going to come crashing down as soon as that's over. And we're taking care of. We're going to take care of business. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Chris. HUD Secretary Scott Turner, former NFL player, by the way. A great guy. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, one of the most important men anywhere in the world. We need more tariffs, Jamieson. We need more tariffs. and SBA Administrator, who's fantastic, Kelly Loeffler. Thank you, Kelly. And I see Kevin over there. I don't know if they have your name now, Jeff. Will you stand up? You were so good on television over the weekend. Thank you. Kevin Hassett. Thank you, Kevin. Thanks also to Senators Todd Young. Where's Todd? Thank you. Thank you, Todd. You have a great group of people. What a group. This is a big day for Todd and Jim Banks. Jim, stand up. Where are you? Senator Banks, my friend for a long time. And Representatives Marlon Stutzman, Jim Baird, Rudy Yakim, Aaron Houchin, and Nick Begich. Thank you all. Warriors. We also have Mark Mesmer, Jefferson Shreve, and Victoria Spartz. Hi, Victoria. Victoria Spartz. She's been very good. On occasion, she gets a little bit bad, a little nasty. But she is good, and she's smart, and she's always with us, right? Thank you, Victoria. Appreciate it. Also with us is Speaker of the Indiana House, Todd Hudson. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Todd. You guys have been great. Indiana Senate Majority Floor Leader, Chris Garton. These are all people that were with me, right, Chris? We don't have any of those insurgents, do we? We had a big, they don't know what I'm talking about behind me because they're into football, but we had a little insurgency in Indiana that didn't last very long. We had, what a great group of people we have. We have many of the Republican patriots from the great state of Indiana, including Trevor DeVries, Brian Schmutzler, Blake Fichter, Tracy Powell, Jeff Ellington, Michelle Davis, who last week had a big primary election. They've all, are you by the people? I love you people. That was carried all over the world. They ran against people that were there for 20, 25 years, and they were, let's see, I'd say young, certainly young, but they were not expected to win. They were down by 25 or 30 points. We endorsed them, and they won in a landslide. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You'll be there a long time. Thank you very much. That was a story heard round the political world, wasn't it, huh? Wow. That's so nice that you're here. Actually, they're my favorite people right now in the audience. I don't care about that, Jim Banks. They're my favorite people, right? We're also joined by the great Sage Steele, who's a fantastic person and a supporter and a friend of mine. Thank you. Thank you. And former NFL quarterback Trent Green, great quarterback. Where's Trent? Hi, Trent. Great job. That's a good quarterback. This was a year that will live forever in the hearts of Indiana football fans. It was an exciting year for football, but maybe you're the biggest story. I think, Coach, you're the biggest story. There's no story like this. The Hoosiers delivered the program's first ever undefeated, untied season and capped it off with their first ever national title. That's amazing. Good job, fellas. There's a lot of muscle out there. The National Signing Day, think of this, the press conference in 2023, shortly after joining Indiana, who's Kurt? Kurt Signetti. Where is Kurt Signetti? Right here. Huh? Oh. Come here. Come here. Kurt Signetti has turned out to be, I believe, I think he's the coach of the last decade because he took a team. Nobody knew him, nobody knew the team, and he ended up taking this team all the way. People were betting against you all the way, Kurt. He took over in 2023 following a really bleak 3-9 season and immediately set a tone that few people have seen, I think, in the history of college football. At the National Signing Day press conference in 2023, shortly after joining Indiana, Kurt was asked how he communicates his vision to recruits. And he said, it's pretty simple. I win. I just know how to win. That's a very cocky guy. I don't like people like that. Nah. I like this guy. Just 2 years later, he brought home the national championship. So, you know, when you do that stuff, you have to be able to produce when you act that way. Muhammad Ali used to get up there and, you know, over the years, I've seen people that did it better than Muhammad Ali. The problem is they couldn't fight properly. They lost. You can't do that and lose, right? But very special coach, I'll tell you that. I just got to know him a little bit backstage, and he's a winner. Every player in this team shared their coach's winning mindset, and they executed with unbelievable skill. They're skilled people. This season was also historic because starting quarterback Fernando Mendoza, now the reason he's not here, he was so nice he called, because he has actually, JD's a big fan of ours. You wouldn't believe it because he didn't show up. I'm not happy, but that's okay. The reason he didn't, because he's at spring training, right?
Correct.
And I actually said, you know, you really let him, he's got to win. And I think he's going to win pretty early, Coach, right? You think pretty good?
Well, time will tell.
He's going to be a good one. Time will tell. A lot of people said they're going to win, but I think he will. No, he's been great. And he's at spring training, like his first day or something. I said, you better go there. But he became Indiana's first. Otherwise, if I didn't do that, I believe me, I wouldn't have even talked about him. I would have not, if he was not here for other reasons, like he didn't like Trump or he didn't want to come, I wouldn't have even mention him. I'd go through the whole, I'd talk about how great, I wouldn't even mention the quarterback's name. But he's a great guy, actually, and he is actually a big fan of what we're doing for our country. But he became Indiana's first ever Heisman Trophy winner, right, Coach? And Fernando completed 226 of 316 passes. That's good. Throwing for 2,980 yards. Let's round it off for 3,000. Okay, I'm going to round that off a little bit, Coach. 3,000 yards and a nation-leading 33 touchdowns. Fernando couldn't be here today because, as I said, he's now a member of the Las Vegas Raiders. And let's see how good a team they have. And I think he's going to do great. He's a winner. With Fernando's help and a stacked lineup, Indiana utterly dominated in the regular season, winning 10 out of 12 games by double-digit margins. In the first 3 games, Indiana outscored their opponents, 156-23. I think they have a good coach. And they closed the regular season by crushing their in-state rival Purdue, always a good team, 56-3. That's pretty good. Nice memories. Huh? But things weren't as straightforward in the Big Ten championship against Ohio State. That was a tough one. Indiana entered the game known for its rock-solid defense and actually known for college basketball, to be honest with you. And now I think they're going to be known for football. But they entered the game against Ohio State, and people really, I think they thought of Ohio State as being almost unbeatable and brought back one of the most explosive offenses in the nation, Ohio State did. But in the end, the Hoosiers prevailed over the Buckeyes. Junior linebacker Isaiah Jones. Where's Isaiah?
He can play.
I said, how good is he, Coach? He said, he can play. Let me see. He's a good-looking guy. I don't like good-looking people. I don't like good-looking men at all, believe me. But he recorded 2 of Indiana's first 5 sacks. Think of that. So he had 5 sacks. Well, helping the team secure a hard-fought 13-10 victory, really against a great football power. All right? That's a big honor. Next up was the Rose Bowl, where Indiana delivered a commanding 38-3 victory over Alabama. Coach,
Roll Tide.
you got to be kidding. That's right, over Alabama. That's a big one. After a scoreless first quarter, the Hoosiers broke through and never looked back. Defeating the Crimson Tide is no small feat, and it wouldn't have been possible without starting center Pat Coogan. Where's Pat?
He's at Titans.
Oh, he's at training camp. Forget this. Forget training camp. But he's a good fan, Coach, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. I'm glad I mentioned his name. That's good. Say hello to him. That's a big deal. In recognition of his dominant performance, Pat became the first offensive lineman since 1944 to be named the Rose Bowl's most valuable player. Pat is busy today in training camp. That's great. Is he that good?
Oh, yeah.
Is Pat Coogan that good?
Oh, yeah. Seriously good. We got 15 of them in training camp
Wow,
right now.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. 15 in training camp. Wow. How many potentials do you have back there? A lot, right?
Quite a few.
Quite a few potentials. In the Peach Bowl, Indiana shattered Oregon's confidence. That was another one. Oregon was supposed to be a hot team. I watched it. I said, what's going on here? But they shattered Oregon's confidence right out of the gate when, during the first play of the game, cornerback D'Angelo Pons, what a good name, intercepted the ball. Where's D'Angelo?
Training camp.
Oh, I can't believe it. No wonder you won.
He was a junior.
Wow. How good? Really good?
Really good.
Intercepted the ball and ran it back for the game's first touchdown after securing a commanding 56-22 victory. This team was off to the championship. In the championship game against Miami, Indiana held a narrow 10-0 lead at halftime, controlling the pace but unable to pull away. The score remained low for most of the game, but everything changed in the fourth quarter. That's true. With under 10 minutes remaining, Indiana faced a critical 4th and 5. No coach in America would have done what this guy did. They said, this guy is making such a mistake, and he won. That was a hell of a play. You know, that's the kind of play. If they don't do that play, if it doesn't work, that's like career threatening, right?
You got to play to win.
You got to play. It was great. On Miami's 13-yard line, Fernando took the snap and powered through the defense past the first down marker before launching himself into the end zone, extending Indiana's lead 24-14. But Miami wasn't done yet. The Hurricanes took possession and scored, cutting Indiana's lead 24-21. Indiana got the ball once more and put 3 more points on the board, pushing the score to 27-21. I mean, you have to see this game. I would say that coach, I know he's got a good reputation. This guy is calling the wrong plays, but he kept winning. They kept scoring. They kept doing all this stuff. The things that weren't supposed to happen. You're just lucky you won that game, because if you didn't, they would have said, this coach is crazy. With just 51, that's why he's a great coach. With just 51 seconds left to tie the game and deep within Indiana's territory, Miami's quarterback fired off a 30-yard pass, only to be intercepted by junior Jamari Sharp. Where's Jamari? Jamari. Jamari. Come on up. Come here. Look at this guy. You want to say so? Go ahead. Tell him how good the coach is.
Coach Sig's a very good coach, you know. Once he first came to Indiana, I didn't know if I was going to stay, but I stayed, and I'm glad I stayed because we won a national championship.
He doesn't want to leave the stage. Good-looking guy, huh? Thank you. Thank you. He didn't want to leave the stage. He's a natural. So the Hurricanes are great. The team is so great. Jamari, I want to thank you for getting up and making such a rousing speech. By the way, a lot of people don't do that. You know, a lot of times they'll do that and say, no, I don't want to talk. But he's got a future in a lot of things, probably football, first of all. From there, the outcome was sealed, and the Hoosiers became national champions. Think of that, right? I was there. You went through a lot of great teams when you think, and real football powerhouses over the years. It's pretty intimidating.
Top 10 teams.
Yeah, amazing. Top 10s. This team lifted the Indiana football program from a historic low. It really didn't have a good reputation over there, but it tells you what coaching means too. But your grit and discipline and your belief and your strength of character, the coach I think he's just incredible. I think it's an incredible story. When I heard they were coming today, I said, I got to meet that coach, because he came out of like high school, a great high school program, but you made it good. But what you did is something that I don't think anybody's ever really done in college football history. How is your team going to be this year, Coach? What do you think?
Well, we got a chance if we commit and if we have discipline and a great work ethic. And if we can handle success and we can handle failure and we're consistent day in, day out, we might have a chance.
How about this guy? Is he central casting or what? I gotta watch you. I gotta watch you. You're amazing. You have made the fans really proud and inspired millions, all of you, the coach and the players, and reminded everyone that with determination and lots of hard work, anything's possible. And I said to the coach, you know, we have a very special area. Well, that's very special. We're building a beautiful ballroom. You can see it's not too small, Coach. We need it. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom. We're going to give them the greatest ballroom anywhere in the country. I'm very good at ballrooms. I'm very good at building things. But I said to the coach, there's a special place here, and it's called the Oval Office. Everything sort of begins, ends, and re-begins again. And I said, if you like, Coach, I'll take your entire team back, and we're going to go to the Oval Office, show him the Oval Office, and we're going to give him a very, very special medal. And I said, so what do you want to do, Coach? He said, we want to go, hold it. You guys want to go to the Oval Office?
Yes, sir.
I had a feeling they would say that. I had a feeling. So, Coach, say a few words. You know, I'm really honored to be with this guy because he took something from, it's not like he inherited a great program. He inherited something that was less than great, and he made it into something that probably has never been done at this level, never been done before. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you. Got a lot of Hoosiers in the stands here and behind me. We got to give them one, two, three, Hoosiers, right? 1, 2, 3, Hoosiers. You got that? Okay, thank you. That's a lot of nice accolades there. Appreciate all that. It all starts with Pam Whitten, our president, Scott Dolson, our athletic director. You got to have a commitment at the top. Without a commitment at the top, nothing's possible. Okay, 2025 Indiana Hoosiers, all right? You know, 24 was a fluke, right? College football playoffs start out 10-0. You know, they won't be very good. All right, 16-0. That's the best record in college football since 1894. That's 132 years. That's before the NCAA. So safe to say that's the greatest record in college football history. Beat 6 top 10 teams, all right? And how did we get that done? All right, we had great people on the staff that thought alike, in the locker room that thought alike. Great leadership, good talent, great character, coachable, 11 guys doing their job, play in, play out, all right? The sum becomes greater than, the whole becomes greater than the sum of its parts, and the most consistent, day in, day out, meeting in, meeting out, practice in, practice out, group I've ever seen in my life. And when, to me, it's a simple message, all right? Prepare the right way every single day to a high standard, and anything is possible in life. The only limitations are those between your ears, and you can't have any of those either. So go IU. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce junior wide receiver Charlie Becker from Nashville, Tennessee, or as Gus Johnson would say, Charlie B. from Nashville, Tennessee.
How's it going, everybody? First of all, I just would like to thank Mr. President. Thank you so much for having us. This is an honor. I know I speak behalf of my team by saying we're going to remember this for the rest of our lives. And secondly, I would just like to thank all the Hoosier fans out there. You know, from the start of the season to the end of the season, y'all were there through the highs and the lows, and none of this is possible without y'all. So thank you guys, and go IU.
All right, in our appreciation for this great visit today, for President Trump, we have some Hoosier gear, which a couple of years ago they were giving away. Now you got to pay a lot of money for this stuff. So really appreciate this great opportunity and this great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
There you go, 47 on the back. I think we got one picture
I like this guy. That's great, Coach. Thank you. What else do you have over there? How about a helmet?
Here we go. We got a signed football, 16-0, fast, physical, relentless, go IU.
Wow.
Kurt Signetti and players.
That's great, Kurt. That's great. Good, Kurt. We're coming down to New York.
We just got an IU helmet also.
Thank you.
No, we'll let you keep the trophy for an NIL contribution.
I'll do that for NIL. Boy, oh boy, did the courts screw us up, huh? That's all right. It's whatever happened. It seems to be working for you, and you're gonna make it very successful. You're gonna create something very, very successful. I have no doubt. So we're gonna take the players now to the Oval Office, and they're gonna get a little glimpse at some. I think it's the most important piece of real estate anywhere in the world in terms of victory and in terms of winning and in terms of things that are happening. Things are happening right now. Our country, you know, a little bit like your team, our country a year and a half ago was laughed at. We were mocked. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's nobody close. We're the greatest military in the world. We're unparalleled. And we're doing a job. We've made America great again. And this team has got a tremendous future. Don't lose the coach. She said, we can't lose the coach. It's a piece of work, right? We're not going to lose him. But I just want to thank everybody. It's a great turnout. It's a great turnout. But, you know, we do this a lot, and there's always spirit for a winning team. We have all the teams come here. But this was one I really look forward to because the story of Indiana University is really a legendary story. It's a very unusual story. We have a lot of teams where they win, and they keep winning, and they keep winning. They don't know what it is. And you have some that lose and get a little bit lucky. This is a team that came out from really a program that was a basketball program largely, and now it's a great, great football program. And you're going to have a tremendous year. It's a fantastic group, and I look forward to watching. It's going to be a very interesting, but you're going to have a great year. And I know people like this. There are very few of them. Never bet against a guy like this, I'm telling you. Never bet against a guy like Kurt. So thank you, Kurt and Coach, very much, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We're going to take them to the Oval Office. Thank you. Let's go, fellas. Come on, follow.
All right, and while we wait for that to happen, excuse me. Let's go ahead and get through just a couple of quick updates before I leave you guys and do a let's do another live, but it would be from my car. I mean the Mobile One Dennis Herrera show, Mobile One. Anywho, I want to share a little bit of this clip here from TBN, if you guys don't know what that is, the Trinity Broadcasting Network. I believe it still stands for that. And it's just a little introduction, not too long. Maybe a few minutes. And this is about what's going on over there in Iran, just in case you were curious about it and you wanted to hear some info from a different perspective, not from CNN, not from Fox, but from boots on the ground is what he is known for many people. So let's go ahead and get into that, and then I'll probably do a members only live outside. I'll probably walk around, but so you guys can see a little bit here in Everett. But here we go. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this, guys. This is the IRGC threatens Hormuz cables. They're trying to cut the internet access, the broadband cables that are under the ocean. You guys know what I'm talking about. Let's take a look. Does anybody have any questions before we jump into this? I don't see any. I don't see any comments in here that says that they have any questions. All right, here we go.
A contemptuous proposal to the United States offer, and it turns out that Iran's Revolutionary Guards are not currently willing to deal with the nuclear issue. Now, let's say the latest signs on the ground show that something is happening inside the Revolutionary Guards. This is just when it seems impossible to escalate the situation any further. Elements within the Revolutionary Guards did the same thing, escalated more than before. Trump, in response, said that we destroyed 70% of the targets inside Iran. It will take them years to recover. They won't last any longer. It seems that Trump is furious, and an urgent call with Prime Minister Netanyahu has been scheduled. And on the other side, in Iran, Mustafa Khamenei is projecting strength to the Iranian army. The phase of restraint by the Revolutionary Guards is over. The supreme leader of the Revolutionary Guards published this to the Iranian nation. And against the backdrop of the crisis in the talks and the American blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, senior officials in Tehran are threatening a harsh response against the American vessels and against the bases. The distress of the regime in Tehran, militias from Iraq were brought into Iran to suppress the citizens. Iran carried out another launch towards the United Arab Emirates, and they received a resounding slap in the face because the United Arab Emirates chose a different, clear side in this war. And $10 trillion a day is at risk. Tehran is targeting the internet cables in the Strait of Hormuz. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Iran is threatening the internet. So, are the underwater cables in the Strait of Hormuz in danger? Iran's Revolutionary Guards will collect usage fees between Washington and Tehran. Qatar is in the middle. And what are the Qataris demanding as mediators in these negotiations? After the suspension of the American Freedom Project in the Strait of Hormuz, this was received in Tehran as a strategic victory that had been expected in advance. Newspaper front pages in Iran already presented an image of absolute superiority and humiliation of the United States and its allies, including Israel. And now, the question is, what is happening in reality? And what is the truth? So I'm Yair Pinto, with me is Mati Shoshani, and we are boots on the ground, coming to you from Israel with everything that's happening, bringing you the truth from our neighborhood, from this region. And in an initial report from Iran, a powerful explosion was heard today in the city of Chabahar in the southeast of the country. The sound of blast caused panic amongst the residents and led to high alert amongst the local security forces. At this stage, there is no official confirmation of the casualties or significant damage, and the authorities are avoiding giving details about the circumstances of this incident. The event is taking place in one of the most sensitive areas for Iran, and we will bring you all the details very soon. Because the naval blockade imposed by the United States in the Strait of Hormuz is putting the Iranian regime under unprecedented pressure. And 1 month after it began, it appears that the consequences are far more severe than has been reported so far. After reports of salary freezes and the use of old tankers to store oil, new information that arrived today, on Sunday, revealed the depth of the despair in Tehran. The Iranians have begun using a fleet of old oil tankers, ones that have not been used for decades. The regime is well aware of the severe maintenance problems of the tankers and of the fact that they are not properly sealed. But despite this, they continue to pump massive quantities of crude oil into them, causing widespread leaks and pollution into the sea. The deep crisis is also creeping into the system itself, and the understanding of the severity of the situation is beginning to spread. And according to sources, senior officials in Iran oil systems who understand the crisis personally is more severe than they initially thought. They are examining escape routes and are looking for a way to leave Iran before the economic collapse is even worsened. But above the surface, it currently seems that Donald Trump is waiting for an agreement, and in Iran, they are waiting for the launch of order because the Revolutionary Guards threaten to attack the American targets if Iranian tankers were hit. And at the same time, Trump is waiting for Tehran's response to the permanent ceasefire agreement. In Iran, they has finally responded to the American proposal for the negotiations. And Iran's proposal was submitted to the United States 2 days later, and in practice, it contains nothing new, only a continuation of the Revolutionary Guards' contempt towards the United States of America.
And everybody knows that Iran is not really trying to negotiate. Iran is just really they're just stalling. They're stalling, trying to flex some new missiles that they're getting their hands on. I will say this: I don't think Russia or China is innocent on any of these things that Iran is coming up with. I know that China and Russia, whether we like it or not, they are trying to hurt us big time. Now, people that don't want to listen, that's okay. But you guys need to know that all these paid protesters out there right now, people that come in here into our chats, some of these people, they are brainwashed because of all the promotions, all the paid advertising that they have been doing for the leftist people. These are organizations from communist China. You know what I'm saying? Marxist organizations that want to destroy the conservative party. Like these people, they don't like the United States of America. And what pisses me off is the stupidity of their brain and the stupidity of their minds of what they're doing is that it affects us. So we can't just sit there idle and say and do nothing. They will love for us to just shut up. They will love for us to just sit back and take it. But you know what? We got to continue to keep fighting. And that's what we keep doing on here on the Dennis Herrera Show. And if you don't like it, guys, you can always scroll, continue going. But you know what? I stand firm. America first. Let's respect the Gulf of America. Things are changing. And listen, if you're an American citizen, you really should have nothing against us because you are benefiting from everything that is being done for the United States of America. I will mention this one more time before I play my next clip here. And I will mention this. If you really believe that President Trump is the cause of all your problems, you are 100% a moron. You are very idiotic. You are very stupid. Because if you haven't been paying attention, here in Washington State, and specifically for those who are here in Washington State, we have been multiplying our homeless. We have been losing farmers left and right. Businesses have been leaving. Even before Trump came in office on the second term, we were losing hundreds of businesses. And yes, people always come in and out because they think that the situation is just somebody just doesn't know how to run a business. But that is not the reason why. Everybody complains about Trump not creating all these jobs right now. He's working on it. But you know who I do complain on? My local government. I bet you don't even know who your mayor is for your city. But I can tell you this. 100,000 jobs were lost in 2025, and that was not Trump's doing. There is going to be 66,000 jobs from Boeing in danger of leaving Washington. Right now, it's just engineers, they say, that are going to South Carolina. Now, Boeing is still hiring, and I pull up, and it says that Boeing is still hiring people to work, but this is something that is not permanent. During the last time that the union and all the Boeing employees were asking for more money, well, they got the money, and guess what happened? Now we have about 30% less employees at Boeing. and they had to let go of many people who were already making good money. They'd rather fire people and hire new people that will start off at a very low wage. One of the things that I would tell you is, if you know that you're making a livable wage, stay in your lane, make your money. And if you want to make more money, go become a business owner. That's how that works. Let the companies do what they're going to do. And if you believe that company is not being fair, then you can move along to somewhere else. With that being said, let me go ahead and get to our next clip here. And this is, the title is Trump Eyes Renewed on the Strait of Hormuz. Hey, Bernal, how are you? Good afternoon, man. We're still in the mid-afternoon. You're on my side, so we're still on the same time, brother. We're still on the same side. Here we go. Another clip from Fox News. Yes, my favorite news station.
Welcome back. President Trump just spoke to Fox News' John Roberts a moment ago. He says he is now considering renewing Project Freedom, but he says this time around, the U.S. guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz would be just one small piece of what would be a larger military operation. When it comes to peace negotiations, the president tells Fox the regime is, quote, going to fold. Joining us now is senior correspondent Benjamin Hall. He's host of the new Fox Nation special, Hope Starts Here, Murdoch Children's Research Institute. Interestingly, Benjamin, the president also just told John that the U.S. would have to dig out what he calls the nuclear dust at its facilities because it's buried so deep that Iran wouldn't even be able to access it. So there's the answer to that question about whether it can remain or not. What do you think?
Yeah, it's really interesting because what Iran has done, not only on this occasion, but going back over the years, is it likes to really drag out negotiations. And when it tells President Trump that to get the nuclear dust, you have to come into Iran, you've got to dig deep, I mean, that's bought them months and months before they can solve the nuclear issue. And so I think President Trump has been very clear that if the Iranians just keep finding ways to prolong and extend the negotiation, then that's not going to work either.
Yep, I saw that. Thank you, Bernie, for the super. Boeing has left the 747 and the 757 because of lacking quality workmanship to desire. Doors opening from the cabin, tires falling off, no quality control. Now, I will let you in on a little secret. Okay? I know a guy who was in charge. He got fired, by the way. He was charged of quality control. And he told me that he would just sign it. Sometimes he wouldn't even do the job. He would just sign it and approve it and just believed in the word of the people doing the work instead of going out there and actually inspecting himself. Bad work ethics. And yes, Boeing is always going to look bad because of their employees who don't want to be good workers. Sadly, a lot of people got laid off during the last time that they gave raises. Now, I will tell you this. I would go to work for Boeing in a heartbeat, and, you start making off $75,000 a year. It's not the best, but it's a livable wage. And I would do it, but some people don't understand this, okay? When I decided to do this, okay, I don't care if people think that I'm lazy or that this is not a real job. Obviously, the trolls keep coming in here, so they are entertained in one way or another. But what they don't understand is, yes, as a matter of fact, I can go back to my old job right now. The owners, they still want me to come back. But the thing is, it is a sacrifice. Whether you think it's stupid, that's okay. You would probably be right that it's stupid that I am doing this job for little to no money. You're probably right about that. Okay? But there is something to me that is more important. Now, first of all, I always trust and believe in God that He will take care of me and my family. He knows that I'm willing to put in the work and the time. Second, I asked for my wife's opinion. I told her what I believe. This is what I feel and this is what I think. But if I don't get your okay, I'll just keep working where we're working and we'll continue to make our money. I took a huge pay cut, almost 100% pay cut, to come and do this. And this is not paying because it's not. But the fact is, I have to tell you the truth. I have to be able to at least say something about what's going on. And if I go back to working full time, I won't be able to have time to do my research, to get prepared, to get my software, to get this, and be able to go ahead and talk to you for as long as I talk to you. So we had to make a decision. And this is my job. This is my hustle. This is what I do for a living. And it might not pay, but you know what? I find that this is my service to my country, to the country that I love. And if I needed to go really bad to get a job to provide for my family, absolutely, I will do that in a heartbeat. I do not make excuses and blame the rich man for me not having what they have. Envy is very sinful. Your jealousy, that is a sin. And you must get rid of that. You cannot be jealous or envy of somebody else's life because you're going to fail in your own. It is a sin that's going to consume you and destroy your life. You need to learn that for you to earn a living, you got to work. It's called earning a living. It's not just given to you. It's not a human right that you get to eat. It's not a human right that you get to have a house. It's not a human right that you get to make kids and somebody else has to take care of them. That is not a human right. They keep telling you these lies. It is not a human right. Do you understand? You have to earn your living. You got to work. You got to be able to put in the time. If you're investing, you know what you're investing on. You know what you're doing. You cannot keep making excuses for your laziness. You can't, you got to use your critical thinking, and you can't just let these socialist Democrats lie to you. You got to make up your own mind. You can't go in the world pretending that your problems, it's somebody else's problems. I hear people so entitled. They literally go on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube, take care of my kids. It's my human right. You got to give me money. A lot of illegal immigrants, some of them are working. Most of them are a burden to our country. They're on welfare, working illegally, under the table, selling drugs, etc. It is a disaster. And as long as you keep turning your eyes away and not acknowledging what's really going on, we're going to continue to suffer in this country. Our progression of prosperity is being delayed because of your stupidity. Every single step of the way that we are fighting to do something better for this country, you guys come and fight against it 10 times worse. It is unbelievable. We have traitors in government. I want to see them in jail. I want to see them in jail. Jayapal from Washington State, that represented the activist representative, which I could have sworn that there was a rule that you cannot be an activist to be in government, to be a judge, etc. And yet, these are the exact people they are putting in office because of somebody's dumb-ass idea of DEI. The stupidest thing they come up with. Just because somebody's Mexican doesn't mean they're hard workers. Just because somebody's black doesn't mean that they are criminals. Diversity is fantastic. But that doesn't mean that black is better than white and white is better than brown or brown is better than black. That's not what diversity means. It happens to be that we are from different nations, but the mentality, the critical thinking, the way that we use our common sense, that's what makes a difference. Enrolling a black man in college because he's black doesn't make him smart enough to actually be a doctor. They got to earn. They got to get their merits. Affirmative action. Oh, that's what they want. No, you lazy bums. Why don't you be competitive like everybody else? Be competitive. Fight for what you want. You come in here and make fun of me all you want, telling me that to get a real job, I don't know what the hell you think entertainment is. But I tell you what, I don't bitch and complain about the rich people, do I? I'm not jealous or envious of their life. My prosperity does not depend on their destruction. You don't like to hear the truth. You know what the truth is? Your parents failed you. Your parents failed you. They didn't give you wisdom. They didn't teach you to earn a living and be grateful for the very little things that you get, so that you will be rewarded with greater things and you'll be able to handle prosperity. All the ghetto mentality of the people who believe that rich people, millionaires and billionaires, is the cause of their demise. It's all due to ghetto mentality. You play the victim. You bitch and complain about everything, and yet you do nothing to help. Your parents failed you. Your parents failed you before they even became parents, when they rebel against their parents that were disciplining them, and they turn around and said, when I grow up, I am going to have my children, and they're going to do whatever the hell they want. Those are failure parents. If I tell you the truth and it makes you feel uncomfortable and it offends you, it's because your parents failed you and you are failing our society. That's what I think. That's what I think. I'm not going to go on some random theories, but believe me, I got a lot of theories. I just don't like to speak theories too much. Let me tell you when I will use a theory: when I'm talking with friends. But I always let it be known, this is not a fact. This is just a theory. And even when I come on this show here to tell you, I always say, hey, double check what I said. Fact check it. Go do some research. Don't come over here putting stupid-ass comments on my chat if you haven't done your research. For example, there was a teacher, Oscar, yesterday, called in. Was it yesterday or Friday? I can't remember what day. I think it was Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember. But he's a teacher. And he believes that illegal immigrants should be allowed in this country. That's anti-American. It's breaking the law. Because a lot of people are too damn emotional And you see, that is the deception of the devil. He knows our weakness. All this men that pretend to be men in here, they're weak. They're emotionally compromised. See, when I cry of joy and gratefulness. When they cry, it's because they're emotionally destroyed and they don't know how to rationalize or how to analyze life anymore. And they let their emotions dictate their actions. But if my emotions are for gratefulness, and because I know something is right, it's going to push me to continue to fight for what's right. And I will have no tears when I have to fight for my country and my people. For everything else, I will be human. Let's go ahead and finish this clip up real quick.
Instead, what he said is that he's got all these options on the table. He's got the blockade, which is working. He's now got Project Freedom #2, which he might start up. He's got military action. He even talked over the weekend potentially about the Space Force being involved in certain degrees. So, look, President Trump is saying very clearly, I've got all these options on the table. The one thing that is perhaps concerning the US and President Trump is the oil prices rising so high. Project Freedom deals with that. But he's not going to be rushed into making a deal that the Iranians are just dragging out. And so I think President Trump's been pretty clear ahead of his visit to China that he's got options on the table. Unless Iran comes back to them with a better deal, remember they called the deal over the weekend, he called it unacceptable, then military action will start up again. The blockade will continue. Iran is going to continue to suffer. So I think we're going to have to see over the next few days in China how it plays out.
He, keeps pressuring the president in the media, asking him over and over, how long? What's the deadline? How much more time are you going to give them? And he really seems to be saying, as much time as it takes for my objectives to be met. It seems like the timeline is not the first consideration anymore.
No, and look, everyone's talking about the US timeline. How long can the US stay in? I mean, President Trump just said over the weekend, maybe 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, where the Israelis and the US had specific sites, specific leaders they thought could be taken out. But the Iranians are the ones really struggling. They can no longer pump their oil for much longer. You're already seeing around Karg Island oil being let loose to a certain degree into the Straits of Hormuz. Once they can't pump any more oil, once they have to turn those off, it takes months, if not years, to get those pumps going up again. So it is the Iranians who do need to come to the table. And President Trump makes very clear that, if it's going to take longer, it's going to take longer. But he won't run away just because he feels that oil prices are rising. He's going to finish the job. I think it just remains to be seen how exactly he's doing that. And he's given a lot of time to negotiations up to this point. He really has been pretty patient. The question is, how long does that patience last?
I want to make sure I talk to you about this while I have you here. It seems like in your downtime, you've been pretty busy putting together this fantastic new Fox Nation special that is coming out. Let's do a quick teaser for our viewers at home.
Consistent theme among all of the Canned families. They are not sitting at home feeling sorry for themselves. They're out there living, giving their children the best lives possible.
It's really tough raising a child with CAND, but she's happy and she's taught us life is positive.
Yeah, she's very loving and caring and always gives you a big koala hug.
And their visit to MCRI left them with one unmistakable feeling.
There is some light at the end of the tunnel. We just have to stay positive. There is hope.
What's your favorite part of this Fox Nation special?
This was one of probably the most rewarding things I've worked on. There is this very rare degenerative disease called KIF1A. Only 600 to 700 children around the world have it. And it's pretty awful. I mean, the children start to lose their focus, their eyesight, their movement, their speech, and their lifespan is not long. And this documentary follows these families who are trying to find a cure, because there is no cure at the moment, and it's trying to find a cure for it. But what is most amazing is the bravery of these children, the courage of these parents who have had to put everything to one side to try and help their children. And I know it's a really horrible disease, and if you watch the documentary, you'll see what it's like. But they find these incredible sources of strength out of it. And we looked also at the research that's being done to try and find a cure. And a lot of it's based out of the MCRI, which is the Murdoch Children's Research Institute, which was set up by the grandmother of the CEO of our parent company, Lachlan Murdoch. But they're around the world. They're doing all this research. They're trying to give hope to these families. And You know, it's a medical documentary, but it's really about the families, the children, and trying to find hope where right now there isn't much. So, I mean, honestly, it makes you realize that we must never take anything for granted. It reminds you how strong families are, particularly after Mother's Day. And it really is something that if you have a moment, sit down and watch it. It's on Fox Nation, and just a great, great joy to spend time telling the stories of these families.
And the excruciating work being done by the families, their doctors, by the Institute. We'll all be watching that tonight. Thank you, Benji.
Be sure to...
Oh, man, some things are just, it's nice to know that some people out there still care, you know? I really like that. All right, let's go ahead and get this clip in here as a bonus for today. I want to hear something about Hoku.
So the New York Post editorial board is calling on the DOJ to intervene over what it describes as New York State's unequal treatment of criminal legal immigrants. This after a heated clash between Governor Hochul and border czar Tom Homan over the state's proposed sanctuary policies. Hochul posting this on X saying, quote, "When boundaries are crossed, accountability matters. We will not let ICE use local cops to carry out civil immigration enforcement. We will not let ICE agents hide behind masks to evade responsibility. And we will not let ICE agents get away with violating New Yorkers' rights." Here to respond, border czar Tom Homan. Tom, great to see you. Your reaction to the governor.
Well, look, you say she wants law enforcement to concentrate on the local law enforcement. Exactly. I want them to do the same thing, which means they don't have to arrest the same illegal alien 15 times. They arrest them one time, they finish their charges, they hand them over to us, and they don't have to deal with that person anymore, which means that's more officers on the street to deal with crime because we're taking a lot of work off their plate.
So she understands that, but she believes that, in my view, that it's politically advantageous for her to tap into what she thought was a winning scene in Minneapolis for Democrats. They made it look as though ICE was too aggressive. Do you believe that that's what she's trying to replicate here? Make ICE look like the bad guy and benefit politically?
Absolutely. There's no other reason you'd want significant public safety threats to walk the street in New York. I looked at the list just this morning, Brian, and I looked at the list of top 20. Here's the charges: homicide, sexual assault, sexual assault, sexual assault, rape, sexual assault, rape, 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 sexual assault, homicide, rape, homicide, sexual assault, homicide, rape, sexual assault, kidnapping, sexual assault, rape, homicide, homicide. I can go on and on and on. The top 20 we arrested off the streets of New York because her administration refused to work with us and honor our detainers. She is making New York less safe. President Trump has done more to protect the citizens of New York than she has.
So I want you to hear what Ray Tierney told me. He's the Suffolk County District Attorney, and Suffolk County, as you know, is on Long Island, part of New York. Listen to this.
It's going to make our job more difficult. That 5-year-old child that was allegedly raped by an undocumented individual. In that case, the child was raped. Was 5 years old. She had to go for emergency surgery. She couldn't really articulate what happened to her, so we couldn't put the case together. So he would have gotten out on bail in New York State because of our bail laws. So we asked ICE to come in and detain him while we put our case.
So you know about that case. Just another example going around these ridiculous rules and laws.
Yeah, I got a phone call scheduled with Mr. Tierney this week. We're going to work together. And look, we're going to do our job. Governor Hochul's not going to stop President Trump from keeping his promise to American people, make his country safe again. I just listed 20 of the hundreds of criminal threats that were released from her jails every day. People in the country illegally and committed rape and sexual assault and homicides. These are the people she's releasing to the streets, and we're not going to allow it. And I said before, one agent can arrest one bad guy in the safety and security of the jail, but when she releases him to the street, we got to send a whole team. What I said to her was not a threat. That's a valid response. If you want to take the jails away from us, well, one agent arrests one bad guy, and I got to send a whole team to go look at this bad guy. That means a hell of a lot more agents will be in New York.
So, Tom, it's Police Week, and I know it matters a lot to you. You've done just about everything there is to do, and now your son is following your footsteps. What should we all keep in mind when it comes to saluting the police this week?
Look, it's just shy of 25,000 names on that wall. I think we added 373 names this year. The men and women in law enforcement, to include ICE, to include the Border Patrol, who the left want to attack every day. They put their lives on the line for this country every day, and many lose their lives. I've handed a lot of American flags to dead agents and the families of spouses and children of officers that died, special agents with ICE and Border Patrol agents. It's the worst part of the job. But these men and women, what people need to remember, with all the attacks on law enforcement right now, especially ICE and CBP, remember, they're moms and dads too. They're sons and daughters and brothers and sisters. They don't hang their heart on the hook to come to work every day. Many of them made the ultimate sacrifice, so I simply want the American people to understand these men and women who put their lives on the line every day, they're just like you and me, Brian, except they're making a hell of a lot less less money and putting their lives on the line, and many don't go home every day. I mean, I know from my career in law enforcement, my wife enjoyed when I came home every night from the shift. It set her at ease. That goes on thousands and thousands of times across this country every night, where the spouse just can't wait to hear that husband or the wife walk in the door at the end of the shift.
And when you say defund ICE, it's just like saying defund the police. When you ridicule ICE, you are ridiculing the police. People want to separate them. There is no separation. That's just a different specialization in law enforcement. Just final thought on that, Tom?
Look, ICE officers to make this country safe again. President Trump became in the Oval Office. He took the handcuffs off ICE that were on for 4 years. And they've arrested hundreds of thousands, not thousands, hundreds of thousands of criminals and remove them from our streets and remove them from the country, which makes this country safe again. That's a big part of the reason why Trump's got, homicide rates and crime rates at a historic low, because of work of law enforcement to include ICE and Border Patrol.
Tom Homan, best of luck. Thanks so much.
Be sure to like and...
All right, one more. I lied. One more. Only because it's my state.
Washington state raising taxes on millionaires to 9.9%. First state income tax. There's nothing voters can do about it either. The state Supreme Court ruling that the nuke tax cannot be challenged by a voter referendum. Lawmakers knew what they were doing. Public records show that Democrats trying to write the bill to bypass such a referendum. It is no secret why. Taxes are unpopular. Washington residents have rejected 10 attempts to impose an income tax in that state since 1934. So, Larry Kudlow, please take the floor, sir.
No taxation without representation. It says so right in the Declaration of Independence. It's what it says. We fought a war against King Charles the First. Was it the first? This is Charles the Third.
Yes. We're currently on the third.
No, it's George the
George
Third.
the Third.
George the Third. Yeah, we're currently on the third. Gotten a little chubby, so I thought it was three of them. But you can't do that. You have to let the people vote, Dagan. And they won't let them vote. Is it true, actually? Can they actually stop them from voting?
Well, Larry...
Isn't there something in the state constitution?
Their state Supreme Court said that the Constitution, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, the way that the Supreme Court interpreted the state Constitution was we have a right to raise revenue no matter what, even at the voter's expense.
It was dirty dealing on the inside, because what happened was back in 2023, the legislature passed a capital gains tax, and the Supreme Court said they could do it, and that was a big
wincing.
That was a big wink and a nod to progressives. Hey, now you should go for the income tax, and they did. Larry, these are the people's representatives. They voted for a bunch of lefties in their legislature who passed this.
Look, they're wrecked. What was a perfectly good state. Go ahead. They've gone from like 0 to 9
on the millionaires.
In the income tax.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's a big 9%.
Not zero.
Even for that. And it was.
See, that lucky one, this is why I go off on you. You're so stupid. You don't understand. This millionaires' taxes is not for the millionaires. You don't understand, and you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. There is more than what they're telling you, morons. There is more. We are going to end up paying this shit. If you guys don't pay attention, we are paying attention. Stay in your lane. If you don't want to help, shut the hell up and get out the way. Some of us know what the hell we're talking about. And we're not going to wait until it's too late. We are the preventive people. Not the shedders that don't know how to wipe without toilet paper. Before you go take a shit, you take toilet paper with you.
It was one of the 8 tax-free states.
Yeah.
So, and you had all these fabulous technology, it was Microsoft, right? Millions, not millions, thousands of Microsoft millionaires in Seattle, Washington, and environs. Because of the great startups and because there was no income tax, right? So that's all changing now.
I think the people in Washington...
And the mayor loves it, right?
Sure, she loves it. Katie Wilson, she says bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Right.
The people in Washington thought they had a constitution that said you can't tax income tax. But what they forgot is they elect progressives who don't care about constitutions, and as soon as they get these spots, they say the Constitution is a living and breathing document. You bet we can do an income tax. So don't think that paper is going to save you when you vote for people who don't care about the words
Let's
written on
take
paper.
it to the Supreme Court. That'd be cool.
Can you do that? I don't know.
What happened to the greatest sentence in the history of language?
I know.
We are endowed by our Creator, et cetera, et cetera.
Still there.
Still there. They just don't have it in Washington. They scrapped it from all the textbooks in Washington.
Well,
no civics class.
Anyone who lives in Washington State, and particularly Seattle, needs to pray to that creator. There was a 77-year-old man with a prosthetic leg who was beaten up, broken knee, broken arm, facial injuries. I think he's still hospitalized.
That's why they want the cameras off the street, because the criminals are getting caught.
By 2 suspects who were released on bail, and it was all caught on surveillance camera, and that mayor had previously opposed expanding the surveillance infrastructure.
But what? So just to step back a second. It's all California. Oregon, Washington, California.
Yep.
Basically, it's the same politics. And it was not always so. Right? It was COVID. I mean, Portland, Oregon became a Soviet, the Soviet Council. And I guess Seattle was close. They were attacking the federal buildings and so forth. All this was during COVID. And then California has been California, unfortunately, for a while, but they were in car. So the whole left coast is like that. And
Eastern Washington doesn't like it.
Yep.
Right, that's the farm country. Right.
It's a growing hellhole, and you voted for these people, and you're going to get it, and you're going to get it hard. Coming up, we'll give you a sneak peek of Taylor's new Fox Business special airing tonight, Powering Main Street. Stay with us.
You see, everything I tell you is because I have been researching, I have been paying attention, I have been having conversations with people that are involved. And you people on the left, you just don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to what we're saying because it doesn't fit your narrative. It doesn't fit your socialist, communist mentality. But you're only causing harm to yourself. You're only causing harm to your future, your children. I hope that we can make it back from all this craziness. I tell you this, my heart aches that I can't fix that. And I can tell you this, I will promise you this. When we are in control of Washington State, we're going to reverse all of this. We're going to show all these libtards how to run a state the right way. How we can all have the same rights without destroying the other. You've gone too far left. if you're still a Democrat, you gotta switch. You gotta come to us. Stand with us. Fight for justice. Fight for what's right. Grow some nerves. Get some tough skin. Enough being weak. You're a woman, be a real woman. You're a man, be a real man. Accept what God gave you and you make the best of it. You have our love and our support. We're here for you. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. I'll see you in the next one.